hope that everything's working the way that I want it to. Never quite know about the audio. I gave this a really definitive title, Last Mystery in Disco Elysium, but that's where we're setting out from today. Out on the pier, well, sort of. But I do want to talk to everybody before this mystery is out of here. I want to talk to Gart. I want to know what it all is. So no more being up on the stage, just late party ASMR stream. I have 2 slices of watermelon next to me. Terrible choice of food for face paint, but there's sounds options for us today.
Oh, you're right.
You doing okay?
It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
Oh, wait. I didn't think about how the characters that have treated him as an absolute menace would react now that he's a little bit heroic. Now that he's stepped up to the plate and gotten majorly shot when people need him. I did like the room, big improvement. It could have used more work. After all, I just took a bullet for this place. Oh god. Or you did, I was too distracted to notice. It's like 2/3 of your personality is not sorry for it. Love this guy.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire.
It's a weird situation to be in. He wrecked it. He did wreck it.
Defended may be putting it a bit generously, though. I had a great view of you doing nothing to stop those psychopaths. Then I crawled inside. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
So, okay, wait, so he doesn't know if you got shot due to just incompetence, due to just laying over the gun, maybe due to tequila sunsetting your way through.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say.
This is a weird interpersonal dynamic. Hello to you, Hijinks Arcade. Here we are in a bit of a late time for people.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
He has boundaries. He has limits. This is some kind of a feeling. There's saying, yeah, I'm pretty too cool too, says Gart. Yeah, everyone gets some heroism. Where did everyone go?
Oh, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
Well, I still believe in you, Gart. This doesn't have to be a part of a cursed, haunted commercial district. Arlena and Morel's still in town. Guess it's been a couple of days. There's no reason for them to be.
Ah, them. Nice people. But no. Lena said they were going back to Jamrock. I saw them pass by outside. This was before the fight started.
That's strange to think about. That they're out just in the nick of time.
I'm glad she got out of here before all that. Bullets flying and stuff. People inside were quite terrified, I had to take action and step outside too.
It's weird to see him this way. Okay, yes, that was for the best that they got out, but we weren't done looking for the phasmid. Things are coming to an end. Do I only get to pick one? I would pick the phasmid because I'm feeling it. But it's good that they got out, but still.
You're a detective. Perhaps you can track them down. Shouldn't be that hard.
Well, that's charming to think about. And you over there saying supporting cops not a good thing, supporting Harry and Kim though. Yeah, that's alright. I'm just reminded of every experience that this game has shown, like people's valid reasonings to distrust cops in general versus, hey, here's one particular one that took a bullet for you.
Exactly, but all in due time. Crypto business is not a priority right now.
Kim Kitsuragi, I'm about to get so into crypto, and by crypto I mean cryptozoology.
You'll see her again one day.
Huh.
You know it. Things went like they did for a reason.
Oh. Ugh, every other line breaks my heart that there's not gonna be a proper sequel. Okay, what happened to the man with the sunglasses? That's your partner, that's your guy.
I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
You wear your sunglasses inside. Okay, so I have to mention, when it happened, you were right out there on the balcony. Okay, where are you going with this dialogue option? I click it, but I know not where it leads.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a badass.
Okay, guard.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
Okay. Suggestion. I'm so friendly. I'm so diplomatic. I don't pick at him. Which option doesn't pick at him? I guess you are a badass. If you say it as two different words like that, it sounds like there's something wrong with your ass. Or just nod stoically. It's taking willpower not to pick good. Are we on joking terms? It's a little bit silly if something's wrong with your booty, Cart.
Yeah, well, fuck you too then. You have any more questions or stylistic pronunciation advice?
No, just palling around like chums with the half stranger, half person that I've kind of harassed and saved.
He's not too offended. The experience has changed something in him.
So the chumming was successful? Huh. It's not even necessary to click through everything. I'm just
It
clicking through
really
everything.
took courage.
We just call him a badass.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
Well, that doesn't surprise me about anyone in this area of Revachol. Okay, but what?
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself. Stepping onto that balcony.
Is it different from suicidality if you do give a shit about other things? Your business, for one? I'm not ready to let go of any dialogue options.
Yeah,
Show me the
He
nod.
nods back at you, even more stoically.
Well, that's the most hilarious one to cycle through, as if you've said everything more than one time, only to finally nod. Okay.
Just two badass men nodding stoically. Make that three. The lieutenant is nodding
They animated
too,
him.
hands crossed.
Stoic nod. Alright, yeah, I'm feeling that.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Okay. Your attitude reminds me more of somebody surviving the Wild West. Did we see another thing while we're here? I don't think we saw it.
Great. I love those.
Well, just a sign that says I couldn't go into the kitchen. Guess that's the last goddamn thing that I'll ever say.
What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business.
Maybe I'm a cook.
You're not. You're a menace. Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the real cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must.
Just little stray bits. That I didn't know. For some reason, I have the urge to keep walking on after that. Can everybody be changed from the experiment? From the experience, I say. Already talked to these fellas. So, Mr. Man.
Hi again, Gendarme.
Nothing else? Nothing else about here? You got any other information about the muscular type who investigated the crime?
Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions.
Nothing expanded in all of this. I mean, we know who it was, but...
Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries.
Of all the characters that I wish could have a little more perspective after everything has been shaken up, this one for some reason.
He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese.
You're over there saying Smoker has nothing new to say. Not impressed by my cool new gunshot wound. Pretty hot, I know. Perfect.
Sure. Anything else on your mind?
You, always.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Bye. Gonna talk to the ordinary civilians with one hand on your sword. Now there's somebody about to get into crypto. Alright, there's sort of more to say to Gart if we so desired. Is that the last note of that song I'm gonna hear? Don't be afraid to say weird things. People are more forgiving to persons of power like police officers. Hey! God, it's weird knowing this with intermittent information. I didn't feel spoiled when I saw somebody slinging around this quote just yesterday. They were gonna have it on their graduation cap or something. I didn't know it was here though. Gonna get a good view of that?
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil.
What's up?
This was Cindy the Scarlet.
I figure, yeah. I guess we got a reaction speed of the same sort. So Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece. One day I will return to your side. A memorial. Cindy.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Fuel oil? I don't suppose she would light it up.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
Wow. So heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Come on, Kim. I'm not stinking that bad.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
What are you trying to imply, Fingers?
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way. Safer.
Interfacing? Is that just a goddamn whim about you? This seems like a memorial. Based on what it says. The things I missed in the chat are goodbyes and big writings and beautiful sentiment. You know what the cool thing to do is? To light up a pack of cigarettes. Before I go setting things ablaze, I certainly want to say hi to everyone.
Officer, it is worse than I thought. Believe me, I know all about that kind of pain. I've had hip trouble for the past week.
I can't tell if he's joking or not.
Maybe it's time to slow down.
He's
Enjoy
not.
life a bit. Anything
good.
I can do to assist you?
Just saying hi. Just saying bye, actually. It's not really a bye for Harry from his perspective, so if an option doesn't pop up for us, the players, then it still makes sense. We could ask about Renee.
Yes. What about René?
Did you love him?
We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that... Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were?
That he's sorry?
In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. He lived a cunt, and he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that.
And although I still get the exploratory urge to click on every orange thing, that's one that we leave unclicked. Not the you better get ready to die.
Yes. We are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone.
It sounds like a marriage. Was the snow coming in? This little jacket really was a gift from the city.
I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something.
Just to say goodbye. And I guess light a cigarette in the snow. Highly recommended, huh? I'll see you then. Got this place clearing out. Is the pale driver still around? I didn't see if Tommy was still there. A little bit more graffiti is happening on this statue. Mr. Union Man, he's still there. Hey. I'm just buying cigarettes.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Why do I still have the novelty check? God, that's weird. At this point in the game, does that affect anything?
Wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir.
I didn't either. Gave into the urge to click things. Okay, she has seen it before.
Anything else I can do for you?
Blow the whole thing on speed and gin right now. Speed and gin.
There's such conviction in your voice.
A colourful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Just a smart sort of individual, huh? So, cigarettes, huh? You can ask more about me. Why do I have so many early game things that are...
The pale aged vodka is special.
Pale aged? They age things in
It's
the...
stored in pale for a couple of years, which makes it super expensive and super strong.
What? Do the grapes forget that they were grapes or something? Or, no, that's wine. Vodka is grains? Okay, what does it do to your body?
I mean, I already said it'd hurt you. I don't know what else they do.
Yeah, I guess that wouldn't exactly be in the handbook.
Substances give powerful bonuses to your main stats at the cost of damage to your health or morale. Cigarettes raise your intellect while damaging your health. Alcohol raises physique while damaging your morale. Use medication, like Nosifed and magnesium, to counteract the negative effects of substances.
That's detailed
Note,
out here.
Consuming
Alright, so
substances can have unforeseen consequences for
you're
you.
saying that now that I know what the pale is, that's fucking wild. Yeah! The eldritch entity at the corners of imagination, at the enveloping existence, the heat death of the universe. But since it's close enough to touch, human beings are aging their alcohol in it. And it does something? It actually does something? Jeez, oh my god. Okay, just getting some cigarettes.
Here you go, mister.
I would hope that it doesn't smoke them to light up that artwork. Alright. I don't think that I'm seeking much else. Unless I still had bottles for some reason that I wanted to get more of. I guess let's head all the way in this direction. Jeez, it's absolutely haunted around here. Why does it seem like there's way more banners? Van Eyck Overdrive? Oh, graffites of the rave fellas. Hey, mañana.
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
Still in the same clothes, yeah. Kim left me in him because he's a gentleman. So, danger comes with the boyadero lifestyle, right? Or, I got shot, no big deal. Or, it really hurts, mañana. Pain, that's what your strike brought upon us. I didn't come all this way talking about revolution just to give up once you have multiple bullets in you. Okay, it comes with the lifestyle.
There are types of danger. The one I'm usually concerned with is lung cancer or getting mauled by wildlife, not bullets.
You really didn't expect it as the strike wore on? I'm not pissed off at him as much as the Hardy Boys, as much as anyone that I wish could have deflected things better, but it's not ultimately not on them to handle things like that.
It calls back to an older era where this was commonplace, though. You have a true boyadero heart.
And I'm glad it's still beating. Where is everyone?
Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in or out, for the time being.
Oh, okay. So as far as walking over there, you can't help me get inside?
No, man. Not today. Today is war.
Even today? And you sitting up here, rain or snow or war or peace?
He says it matter-of-factly, like it's no big deal.
He's so chill, constantly. What's gonna happen next?
Time will tell. I'll tell Everard you dropped by. I'm sure he'll be glad.
Well, after I'm cashing his novelty checks, yeah, maybe. What are you doing?
I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that rare I am.
Yeah, what's going on with the... Is it just a declaration of ownership even after they killed so many of you guys? Just the Union owns this place now?
Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'll run. And live.
I'm sure you'll do good. Or try not to get shot. If I only get to pick one, then try not to get shot feels more honest.
I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend.
It feels strange to give that as some advice when you can't take it, I guess. So, that's that then. It's strange not to repeat stuff. Things I've missed in the chat, where saying goodbye, Gaston, hope you're able to find peace. They're pretty much a married couple. Feelings of love buried under the arguing and everything. And there was a medicinal scam book about going into the pale naked. Nothing else selectable around here, because I do believe, I think I've already gotten in this box. Unless somebody left more cash for Harry. That's great. There's the red banners are to signal the arrival of big communism. Power to the workers, huh? And it's all locked up. I'm glad I got to talk to little Mr. Funny up in the shipping container then. Even Measurehead is gone, knowing that he's not any better than a locked door. God, that's weird to think about. It doesn't make sense to me that the Pale Driver or anyone would be around here.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam.
I actually meant to click look in the window, but looks like I've clicked on leaving instead. I'm making him limp around, aren't I? Pale Driver is gone. I do believe, I do declare. And honestly, after some gunfire, where would you be, even if you're the chillest old lady around? All the lorry drivers gone. And this is all dressed up in red. I don't think that Ruby would have come back for anything, and it's
The old
good
king
that she didn't.
and his horse have been covered in posters with radical slogans like "No kings, no bosses," and "Again and once more after that."
Isn't that first one like based off an anarchy slogan? No gods, no kings, no masters?
At the bottom of the posters, in smaller lettering, are details about meeting at a local coffee house.
Did the communists all come out for decorating and this is part of Cindy's thing too? Wait, so if I don't go on the communist route, all of this looks different, or how much of it looks different? Okay, wait, that's really fun.
Looks like the students took your advice to heart, detective.
Oh, okay. And then who is this is the old option. Putting that at a central point, huh? Alright. And then I remember he said not to sprint, so... Oh, Tommy! He is there. Well, I'm glad that no bullets hit him. Communist Book Club is there. Can't blame him for heading out. Everett made a stand against Wild Pines. Tommy! Tommy, what?
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive?
I mean, at some point, I gotta declare that I either am or I'm not. Alive and limping, I've been better, hurts like hell. Well, you know, this doesn't undermine the amount of alive that we are to say it hurts like hell.
Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it.
Picking up on the narrativeness of this game, are ya, Tommy?
So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show.
Does it really look like that from the outside? 'Cause, I mean, between me and him, I reckon we feel kind of hopeless, kind of lost. The case seems kind of done. Gonna check on a few last things, still looking around. It wasn't the local union muscle. Well, there's loose threads to tie up. You gonna let me say more than one? I would say it wasn't the union muscle.
Hey, that's just what I heard. Old wives' tale. So, what next?
Hey, silly guy. Hope you're having a good Friday. We're talking to people who are surprisingly still alive, but I'm glad they are. We can say the case seems kind of done. Gonna check on a few last things. Oh, it does let me click more than one. There's loose threads to tie up.
Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right?
We could give him slam poetry. We could give him a little bit of slam poetry. I'm not emotionally ready for that. A lot of things have caused me emotional pain. The poetry was one of them. We start with Ruby. We met Ruby.
Okay.
The lieutenant throws you a quick glance.
What's up, Kim? What could possibly get worse? Maybe he'll find her.
What are you doing?
She slipped away.
Oof, good on her. And good on you, too. Better focus your efforts on the bad guys.
That's
Mercs
true.
and such. Plenty of baddies to go around. And she didn't do it. Believe me. If it's something bad, then she didn't do it. Didn't know her for long, but I know people.
Is it actually possible to find her before the shooting goes down and then have this talk with him before that happens? Because the way that's phrased makes that seem possible. Contemplating the surprisingly still alive phrasing. It's a surprise every day, isn't it?
He's relieved.
Oh my gosh.
All right. That's enough sharing details about the investigation for one day.
Kim, what's your social security number? Kim. We can hit him with our best verse. Okay, there's a lot of things that I haven't reloaded, that I haven't saved and reloaded, but, the poetry, no, don't cross your little leggies,
Now it's
uncross
turning
your little
into a
leggies, talk to me right
kind
now.
of, snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
Just
No,
no.
please, no, okay, no, you have to continue through it, okay.
This guy has amazing willpower. Honestly, he's the only one of that intellectual bunch I trust.
Okay, conceptualization stopped it. You failed and you're stopping it now. You don't have good poetry and you have no poetry. Alright. Okay, I do want to try that. It's a bit of a mercy that you are stopped this time. But it's the last possible thing. It's the last possible thing. I hope that I'm not breaking the game by doing this, but I want to. There's silly guy heading out because it's late. Hope you're doing well out there. And
Now it's turning into a
at
kind
least
of
you didn't start rhyming
snow
slurs or
limbo,
something.
man.
Honestly,
What's on
after
your
the
mind?
failure with Kim, it's terrifying out here. 58. We're gonna get it like 1 in numbers time.
Wait, there's
Yeah.
something here,
Yeah.
stored away
Yeah.
in some dusty corner.
Yeah.
It starts
Yeah.
like,
Like what? Like what conceptualization? Oh my stars. Okay, so your good poetry sounds like a mirror's temperature is always 0. It is ice in the veins. Its camera is an X-ray.
Whoa. What else?
I am getting performance anxiety, Tommy. Don't ask me what else. But it is a chalice held out to you in silent communion.
Silent communion. That's good.
I hope so, man. Where gaspingly you partake of a shifting identity never your own. In a mirror, huh?
Dang. That's some great shit. You came up with that yourself.
And you have no idea how close I was to not doing that, to not thinking that.
Did you?
Did we? I don't know if this game sort of notes when you reload at all, but ever since Undertale's existence, I get a little suspicious sometimes. So did we? I don't really know. That may be an actual poet, and I've learned it by heart. Just a vessel for the muse, or I think the words are mine, yes. The most honest one is that you just don't know. You have amnesia, and although there's been a few suspicious dialogue options, I think you have amnesia.
No matter. Great verse is like that sometimes. Ephemeral. You might not look it. Seems you have some literary chops. Maybe there's hope for me yet.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I could be your mirror, Tommy.
Just messing with you. It's cool. You're an okay guy. For a cop.
Gonna have that kind of conversation right now for a cop.
They're more often in the fists than rhymes, see? Let alone honesty in verse.
Well, it's nice of you to have some dialogue about it.
In a small office behind the old military hospital, hunched under the green glow of his desk light, Officer Hans Blau browses through a test print of his Futurist magazine. It's called The Futurist.
No kidding.
The typeface on the header is too small.
Any organization gets all kinds of folk. I'm sure we try our best, or I'm just doing what little I can to do right by people, or fuck the police coming straight from the underground. It's weird to think about. What the hell does Harry think of the organization that he's a part of at this point in the game? You've remembered little flashes of people not trying their best. You've remembered little flashes of people at their worst. You've been, in some ways, in some very concrete ways, you've been people at their worst. Well, in this playthrough, even though I think he's doing what he can to do right by people, tell me what happens when I say fuck the police as the police.
The lieutenant closes his eyes and lets slip a loud, long sigh.
So sorry, Kim.
If you say so, officer.
Sounded fake as fuck, did it?
You found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words.
Does that do something with the expression? Well, now I kind of wish I had chosen the... We're just doing our best. Okay. Another little save for us, and since I'm next to this, limping around, does it let me interact with a cigarette?
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that... This was Cindy the Scar.
We're setting it on fire. I don't know what's up.
The fuel oil catches fire
All of it.
immediately with a low hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the lettering. The falling snow turns to vapor above the burning message, mingling with the black smoke.
Incomprehensible to do as a cop.
What if the words are not directed at the people of Martinez, or even the coalition aerostatics above the city? They're meant for something above even those.
Either Disco Elysium or You've been policed, Martinez. Or, God, I'm on my way. Okay, going from "fuck the police" to "you've been policed, Martinez." That would be quite the turnaround there. Disco Inferno, you're saying. You could stare grimly into the flames, but that's not the type of tone that all of this cockamamie dialogue has led us to. Disco Elysium, a capstone on all of this.
The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the fire falters.
I do imagine it would only go for a second.
The flames warmed him too. Not at all in a bad way.
I can never predict what's gonna come out of Kim.
Let's go to that island.
Yeah, keeping me on track.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
The fact that every little bit of it, every letter of it, still lit up, even though they're not all connected. It's remarkable. And making, only the biggest detours, I do imagine that I just want to check on everything. You're saying I told you this would very much be worth it. Cool, huh? Definitely. Completely. It still lets me go into the shop. I thought there was half a chance that this shop would be locked up. Well, I'm glad this kiddo is in here.
Oh my god! Things have gotten out of hand!
You don't say, yeah.
I thought the psychic stuff was bad, but the crime! It's even worse! I haven't been able to come to work for 3 days.
Oh.
The shop has been locked. No sales, gangbangers running around, shooting everyone. I know I shouldn't have bought a shop in this ghetto.
Well, did anyone tell you that the ones shooting everyone were hired mercenaries from a corporation that you may or may not look up to? It's like if I called McDonald's gangbangers, which I don't know, they could be. So I'm the one who got shot here, ma'am.
Oh my god! Even the police can't take care of all of this.
Hilarious,
Just
thank
look
you.
at that limp. Someone should do something about this.
Someone? Okay, well, if you have some magic healing potions, I'll take them.
Maybe I should close the bookstore and open a psychic studio. Yes. It makes sense. Crime is the 6th element, you see. The darkest element.
You should do a books-based psychic reading instead that sort of entices people to buy your existing stock, but lures them in with a psychic reading. See, please, Hans, this is the kind of thinking you
I
need.
could teach people to protect themselves against bad energies and to fight crime.
This would be incredible. I hope you fly from rooftop to rooftop. Sounds like a plan. Life must go on after all. Not sure what to think of it, or a psychic studio. That's even worse than a bookstore in Martinez. Life must go on. I mean, I hope you don't ditch the books, but I can't tell you that.
Yes, what Martinez really needs is more vigilantes roaming the streets.
I'm so sorry, Kim.
Exactly. It's a brilliant idea. Thank you, officer. I'm going to start drawing up business plans right away.
I'm terribly curious who she's going to fall into the company of.
In the meantime, do buy the books. As many as you can. They won't be here for much longer. Is there anything else I can help you with?
You're getting rid of all of your stock. Okay, fine. Okay, I'm bye. Goodbye. That's all. I wanted to get a
small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages.
kinds of games.
A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
I don't quite know what either are, but since it's almost the end of the game, I want to go around getting
If you
whatevers.
say so. But you better stay away from those immoral occult rituals.
But other stuff too.
Wonderful choice, sir. A wholesome family game.
Hey kid, there was shooting in your
Hi,
neighborhood.
Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Well, not really.
Math. It's really difficult.
Still doing
I found
math,
something
huh?
while you were away. I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for
Oh.
helping out. Not me.
Oh.
The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
Well, that's a little bit of a glitch. I mean, I'm glad to have it though, because she found a second one and knew that I lost the first one. Okay, my game is breaking, but I hope it's still together enough to take me to the end. A detective hat.
Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that.
I don't doubt you, but I'm in my communism hat now. I've gotten so many hats, I don't know what to feel.
Right, I have to get back to my homework now, before Mum notices. Man,
okay.
this is hard.
What? No, okay, this is a common bug. Okay, so it's not just my game uniquely breaking amidst all the games. It feels like it would take a minute to walk to the dice maker, although that is still somewhat sort of on my mind. Okay, I think if anyone were to have a little bit else of possible dialogues to say goodbye to say all of these things to. Oh God, what's that? What? Oh wait, there's posters for the church in the midst of all of this. It's new. New advertisements for every single thing. Hey Kuno. I mean, if you're gone from the oh, you're not gone. I mean, that's good. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's good for you.
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool.
I'm gonna take your last statement at your word, Kuno. They're saying you're now seeing the Arno Van Eyck stuff now that you've become aware of who that is. Okay, so Arno Van Eyck stuff, and not entirely. They've set up the church and they're advertising for it. Who's saying that?
People, they say you'd kind of died for a moment, that you let your shit out already, but then came back. So I guess that's what's cool now.
I mean, if you say so, Kuno.
Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different.
Well, as long as you don't punch us right in the bullet wound.
Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that.
Look, I mean, there's kindness that can be returned to you if you got any for the world.
Feels good for some reason.
Your morale, back up a little. You could discuss the body, could discuss the shack.
The fuck do you want with it?
Nothing.
Good call, Pigmeister. Watch out, Pig. It's a dangerous world out there. But Kuno's got his eyes on you.
I don't know what any of that means.
Who knows?
Oh, okay. Okay. And then there's not exactly any talking to her. She's just hanging out in the snow.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
There's nothing much around here either.
Murder was the case they gave me.
Alright, Kunois, won't freak you out. Even if there's some things left unexplored. So I feel like the normalcy of talking to Kuno for a second healed him right up. The life goes on of it. Goodbye, protagonists of the potential sequel we never saw. I was so sure that was 200% just... Okay, I don't think there's any people on the way. I was so sure that was completely a prank. Alright, it says not to run around, but I'm taking your old booty down these stairs because I want to see if Cindy is there. I would be remiss if I didn't get to talk to Cindy. Also, I imagine that the blue check is not opened again, but I've been checking every single time, damn it. Every single time.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Impossible. On the 3%. On the 3% of it. I have been saving and reloading things, but somehow that doesn't...
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing
make
to
me
see
feel
here.
any better
Yeah.
about these odds.
Why?
Yeah.
It's a wall. An ordinary wall.
Well, I'll take
Why
note of
must we
what
stop to
time
look at this
it
wall every time
was.
we pass by?
Every
We
time.
have business to attend to.
Well, I'm glad that it led me to hearing your voice more, Kitsuragi. There's asking if I've got concept clothes. And you're saying that everything indicates that Locust City, the Disco Elysium sequel, is real, which makes it more sad. My gosh. Old poster. You're just noticing every single one, huh? Well, that's magnificent. It was an obscure live performance. Hey, Cindy. I don't suppose you're here whatsoever. I know that there can't be something for every character. I guess proximity to it all just kind of made me wonder.
Give me a moment.
Well, there's questions about the apartments.
Ask away, policeman.
You know who lived in the foreclosed one? Or there's padlocked doors and everything. And Kuno's dad. Huh. I didn't realize there was still so much in here. Tell me about Kuno's dad.
I don't want to talk about Deweeters.
Why?
Addicts. All of them. And sometimes I hear them screaming. They don't like me cleaning behind their door. Think I'm listening in on their fights.
Really?
So she doesn't. Not after that one time. There's a that one time here.
Wow. And there's... Okay, wait. You can actually still ask about that one where the lady told you to go away. If you ask her about it, you can go in. Okay, sure. I'll see who there is in
It
here.
didn't get physical. She heard something she doesn't want to hear again.
Fascinating.
We saw unpaid utility bills. Aren't they going to be evicted?
Would she know?
No one likes them in this building. It's only because of the kids they haven't been thrown out.
Well, that's uniquely tragic or commonly tragic.
I don't like talking about those people.
How about the foreclosed apartment?
The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume.
She really doesn't like those nut jobs. Bad blood there.
I'm noticing all of the graffiti even more. Is one of the residents on vacation?
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
Who lives in apartment 10?
No one lives there. It's been empty for months.
But I talked to someone.
Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there.
Well, that is weird.
Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman.
Oh my.
Be good and take a look, will you?
Okay. I mean, it's a tour
Great.
of everything.
Young people. They're worse than rats.
Okay.
You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
Does she tell me about communists?
Oh, that one is a scientist. A future scholar.
Affection between her and communists, huh? Well, that's adorable.
I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study.
My gosh, astrology?
Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
And we can tell her, you mean the star and antlers? I think that's the symbol of communism. Well, what'd she say to that?
The symbol of what now?
Communism, like the world revolution, those who support the working class against capital. No, we're not. We're gonna use the smallest words possible. We're not gonna go all into it like those fellas upstairs. We could say it's an ideology, it has some noble aims, but it's also been used to justify terrible bloodshed. It's for those loons who have no idea how the economy works, or it's a symbol for contributing to the demise of our noble state in the name of some made-up world of equality. Or it's a political ideology. No. Put a little spice in there. There's like the world revolution.
Never heard of it.
That's fair. Yeah. He would tell you about it. Your buddies that you like. Alright
She
then.
mumbles some kind of a response.
Alright. Huh. Young people with their hot chips and bisexuality, huh? So I'll knock on this door. I'll see every last
You hear
crack and
someone
crevice.
walking around inside. rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
It's supposed to be empty. Did you break in here?
Excuse me? Of course not.
Well, hello, I'm police.
Scare them. Suspected of some big crime.
Cool it, Half-Light.
There's no sweet talking your way in there. Be official.
You can say, I don't need a warrant if I suspect there's been a break-in. Then open the door so I can verify your identity, or are you cooking morphine in there? Walter White, meth, crack cocaine. Okay, I don't need a warrant if I suspect there's been a break. Does that sound official?
Oh, come on.
I don't know.
That was smart.
Look at me. Kim thinks we're smart. Oh, okay. I can go into rooms. Hi. Women in suits, all suited up. What's going on, ma'am?
Satisfied?
Wow.
My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
Yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah, sometimes there's just really ordinary, really wide-eyed and big-smiled sort of people in here. Why is your suit sort of a primary color like some kind of a clown? Hi.
Boy, there are a lot of different keys there. More than 20, at least.
Well, that's bizarre.
Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
The voice does match the smile.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
You were on some kind of a timetable, I'm guessing. So you could inspect the passport, you could ask questions. I don't know what's going on with the
It
passport.
feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside. Be friendly.
What? I like how blunt your brain is sometimes in here. There's, okay, you could say nice haircut, everything seems to be in order. That's friendly.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour.
Well, what are you doing here?
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Well, someone's taking care of things. That's interesting. Sounds like they knew how to have a good time. Reprehensible. Who lived here? I fucked it up too. Like some things are amusing. I don't know, drawn to the middle. Who lived here?
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
Old man? Hey, was it...
A sudden serious look crosses her face. This story didn't have a happy ending.
The guy whose long lost love I just talked to?
But that was months ago.
Okay, months.
Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry.
Who lived in the foreclosed apartment?
Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall.
Well, that sounds stressful, ma'am.
So preppy. She's probably on some low-grade performance enhancers, like Peptide or Pericanine.
You could just have a read on everyone who isn't utterly tired in Revachol?
A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
Okay, and you can say my money has also disappeared. It couldn't have been that much money. These apartments look pretty shabby. What happened with the wall? My money disappeared too. I can commiserate.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it.
Hello, capitalism. It couldn't have been that much money.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million-real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark.
They have neighbors.
And they are affordable.
Great.
I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
Well, they are really setting up in that church, but they also really tried to show a proclivity to manufacture drugs, so I don't know.
It's as if they're real wizards, able to resurrect dead real estate and breathe life into bank accounts.
Well, that's remarkable. What happened with the wall?
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it.
I can break it again if you want me to.
Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
Okay, yeah, that's all, I suppose.
Of course.
You can look around. There's medicine around. There's mattresses around. There's bugs in the box. Well, that's you're all loaded up, honestly. Shoes. You can +1 to indirect modes of taxation. I'm taking it. I don't know if I want that, but I'm taking it. Order mindset. There's lying going on in there. He's saying she has a scarily unauthentic smile. There's a lot to possibly wonder about around here, but it's midday. My communist buddies are not there, and their story seems concluded, and the snow is gone as well. Alright, just an ordinary walk going through here. Okay, you're saying there was lying? There's saying it all over the church, radio, computer wizards, Ruby in that area. Ooh, it would be really interesting if Ruby met some. Her name messes with me a little bit because it seemed to be pronounced differently in the voiceovers than I would have guessed. But yeah, it would have been neat if they would have met. Or Acel meeting Ruby. Because it seems like there's a bunch of little geniuses around here. And maybe if they got together, they could form their own, I don't know, data-driven version of whatever raving was going on. There's still the wares, there's still ceilings. Bass speed. Is it audible from all the way over here? Mr. Salesman, you got anything for me?
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. A pair of found ultras. Dedicated, victorious, sporty.
I don't think I'm gonna
those sneakers,
use
mister.
these for
Those
anything.
Only? That's madness.
You could have plus reaction speed minus encyclopedia plus hand-eye coordination. I don't know a damn thing. I don't know a damn thing. But I'm clicking on your stuff and I'm trying to click on you. Please, please. Can I just say hi to my man? Can I just say hi to my man? Well, what?
A cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking like hell. You know what that is?
What that is?
Cool. That's cool.
Okay. And the only option left with Sealing is to try to persuade him to give you some. You need funds for the island? Oh, I haven't unlocked that information yet. Bit of a spoiler. I need funds for the island? Sure. What?
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
You seem like a really successful entrepreneur. Would you like to support a member of the local police force now that I'm bleeding on ya?
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
Because I'm panhandling while in uniform.
Because you need to solve the biggest case in the history of criminal sciences.
The biggest. Alright. See this island over there? I need money to fund an expedition there. It's important for the case.
Oh, I like expeditions. And I like you. I can give you
10 real?
Well, I hope that doesn't put you out too badly, man.
Corruption.
Ah!
It's just like bus or seagull. A kid watching out of a window describing things going by. He doesn't like it too much, but what do you do?
Okay, this has been weird. This has been weird. Okay. There's not the option to give it back. But now I know. Now I know. God, that was some funny Kim narration. It would be patently hilarious to purchase something from him after that. It would be... It would be strange, it would be disturbing, it would be off-putting. Alright, to where am I walking exactly? Is it actually less time if I walk all the way back over to the location to fast travel? There's a 2-second thing. At least we already got the check where he trusts us. It feels very weird. It feels very weird. Much like getting the pin from Lena, I immediately want to give that back. Alright, we're going over to the fisherman shacks. There's cool and talented people whereabouts. Hello, washerwoman. You're asking if Roy is still there? Oh, in the
the policeman.
Thrift shop.
I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
I got shot.
Even I can see that. I told you not to bring your trouble with you, policeman. We've got troubles of our own here. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen.
Well, I mean, I think he feels that about himself already. It's strange to hear it from you, I'll say. You can say there's no time for jokes. Can't you see I'm in pain? No jokes help with the pain. Or I guess you were right. The men with guns were coming for me after all.
I'm not sure those were the loss of the men with guns either. There are always more coming for your kind, officer.
Well, you've certainly got some insight about that. So if you go through this again, you can just
though I suppose
complain about being shot.
What do you expect? Police officers get put into dangerous situations all the time. Sometimes they get shot. It's a rough trade you're in.
Saying you like the idea of Harry going around and showing everyone how cool the bullet wound is. Kind of a bullet wound tour. Are you happy curious about Roy? This is certainly a little bit of a back and forth, a little bit of a cycling through things, but I'm curious about absolutely everything. Do I want to make him run when he is limping? Well, there are cruel overlords at stake in this game, so
Between you and me, this is why I don't get involved in local politics.
No doubt, huh? You're calling this politics? Well, someone has to, or I shouldn't have either. I'm not gonna deny that that's politics. Someone has to.
So it goes. Now, what can I do for you?
Just saying hi, just kissing you on both cheeks and then saying bye. No recordings of the Golden Mamadakwa, huh?
The Golden Mamadakwa? Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds, for that matter.
You might quit the force.
How interesting. Well, it's been a long while since I've gone hunting for the Golden Mamadakwa. Once knew a group of young musicians who decided they didn't want to play music anymore, and started looking for all kinds of interesting sounds instead. This was before, you know, lost touch with them after all of that.
It feels bad to tell him to get to the point, but I do admit that I'm kind of clicking past
Cool or not, one of them was obsessed with recording the Golden Mamadakwa.
I did hear this one, I think.
We thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual sound patterns, compared them. Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from...
Do we really have time for this?
We're just You know,
All right.
I think, because I did hear that. The tall tale of birds. The tall tales of birds. There's hijinks that kid talking about politics, getting people shot, or at least used to excuse shooting people. Hey, it's strange to think of things. It's strange to think of how the word politics is used. Because people, I feel like when I was first introduced to the term at the raw, fetal beginnings of life, oh Kim, don't split up from us. I feel like when I was first introduced to the term, I didn't think of it as much beyond something that government people do, something that involves political parties, and perhaps that's the whole of it.
Bratan! Now is the time!
Holy fuck! The time for what?
Oh, you will see.
Okay, it feels like the time's rubbing itself against your chest like a cat in heat. This is the part. Wait, what? This is the aspect of the game that I missed for the entire time because he was having too much of a spasm to get it off of the ceiling fan.
Fast the spirits! The blue medicinal spirits! Grab the bottle and uncork it! It is time to unleash the other world!
What the hell? And okay, you could say to that, wait, right now Ruby's gone. I don't think there's anything to celebrate here, or slowly uncork the blue medicinal spirit, or I'm done with this crazy talking necktie bullshit. I mean, for me, it's only just started. Ruby is gone.
Bratan, now is not the time to celebrate. Now is the time to get ready! Trust me on this! This is what it's all been building towards! It's gonna be off the hook! Off all hooks!
What an incredible time to hear your voice. When's the last time I want to believe that if you uncork it, then you're not getting...
The bottle opens with a silent, mysterious hiss.
Then you're
The
not
fumes
getting
rising
sauced.
from its
That's
mouth
naive to
are
think,
as
isn't it?
crisp as the northern winds.
What?
Howling somewhere, lashing the boardwalk with brine and rain. An ancient warmth crawls under your skin.
You know, don't...
Now, Bratan, take me off!
What? What? Wait, okay, so if you play it this way, then you can't wear the little funny bow tie? And so you can say, I didn't know I could do that.
Bratan, have I ever lied to you? Just take me off!
Your fingers manage to undo the oily knot, and the necktie
What?
slides off. It looks so frail sitting there in your hand, weighing almost nothing.
Item lost? What?
Now, put me in the bottle!
Okay, but why?
Trust me! Just trust me! You and I are gonna have so much fun it should be illegal!
This is the voice I was missing out on. Okay, I suspect that it might be.
Just put me in the bottle, Bratan! I'm not gonna let you down! You and I are like the same person!
What the fuck? Okay, you could put the necktie in the bottle. You can throw it as far as you can. Okay, put it in the bottle.
As the necktie slides into the purifying liquid, large stains of grease rise off from it and float to the surface.
What?
There, they quickly dissolve and disappear completely.
What? I'm getting the end of your character arc?
Cleansed by the blue spirit fire of 98.7% pure alcohol, the fabric looks almost new again. No longer like a disgusting worm of the lower intestine, but like a colorful and deadly poisonous reef snake of the insular Indian Ocean.
I feel like that probably would have been a bit of a minus to a lot of checks if you were going around disgusting the whole game, but from the sound of it, there were benefits that I could not predict. You're saying instead of using the guy hitting him with the Molotov cocktail actually saves more people, including Titan. What? Okay, wait, okay, what's the full context that I'm missing? Hijinks are casing. I've never seen this happen. This dialogue with the necktie usually happens in the tunnel after you talk to Ruby. After the whole game of having it as a friend, he tells you to put him in the alcohol bottle that you suggested buying because I thought we could get the necktie sooner. And then you're supposed to use it as a pipe bomb during the tribunal. And that saves more people. That saves Titus. Shit, necktie. You're... Oh my god. Okay, he was onto something. You can say what next.
The necktie floats in the bluish liquid with almost unearthly grace.
This feels weird. Necktie?
There is silence.
But you just said that in your voice, necktie.
The lieutenant has been observing you quietly all this time.
Spirit bomb?
He's struggling to keep silent, but finally seems to give up.
I don't know, man.
I've got to ask, what are you doing?
I don't know, man. Okay. Now he's just telling you to make a Molotov for nothing. If there were somehow some kind of hidden thing where I'm going up to this island that's taking me an hour of wandering to get to, and there's some use of it there, then that would be miraculous. That would be everything. But let's answer Kim Kitsuragi, I suppose. I don't know, but I'm eager to find out. In my family, you put a piece of clothing in some hard liquor and drink it for good luck. It's silly, but no harm done, right? Okay, Kim. I don't want to tell you anyone, but my necktie's been talking to me lately. Or mind your own business, Binaclard. Do I only get one of these? If I only get one of these, I would pick a necktie's been talking to me. I say lately, but that was the only time I've heard his voice, which is still lately.
Of course it has.
Okay. Started when I woke up in the whirling in rags. It's been talking to me ever since. No, okay, even if I didn't earn this specific dialogue path, I want to see it.
And what has the necktie been telling you, if I may ask?
It's only told me to turn it into a Molotov, so this is a skewed view of the relationship. Teaches me about life. I'm just spitballing whatever it is I say. We're buds, just goofing around. Signs of hardcore mental illness. Girl, I don't have the context. Mental illness is all I can speak to.
I would assume, yes. Why did you put it in the bottle?
Because it told me to.
Right, okay.
Because it told me
Anyway,
to.
I'm glad you told me your necktie has been speaking to you. That must not have been easy.
Because it was so hideous. What do you want to add?
We're all under stress. This is turning into a great big mess. I'm not judging. Just keep it together.
Turning, huh?
Let's go.
Oh, okay. So there's a spirit bomb. Okay. Well, hopefully that's... God, that's one hell of a fit. That's a really intense fit. I don't know if anything's gonna beat talking to... I guess I did walk all the way over here. Guys got anything to say about me? Harry Dubois getting shot while I'm over here.
Man, you're like bleeding now. Reality's really messed you up.
You could think of it that way. Well, I thought I earned this jacket, but I'll give it to you.
My jacket?
Yeah.
A look of consternation crosses the man's face. He looks at you, then at his bottle, then back at you.
Yeah?
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila?
So this isn't your jacket?
Foam? That's medium concept stuff. It's not my style at all. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe you should lay off the booze. It's fucking with your head.
I thought you were gonna take it and say thanks, frankly.
I'm calling it. It's neurological.
Neurological, degenerative, you keep in the jacket. You could say I went through some dark shit to get this for you, take the fucking jacket. I feel weird about it. I want him to take the jacket.
You know what? Fine. Maybe I can pawn it for some booze.
Well, now I feel weird about that too.
good thinking.
Well, you would think that, wouldn't you? You could hear the story of your name. You could hear all the urban myths. But be as it may, I guess I'll walk on for now. So there's alcohol-induced brain damage. Necktie in the motel this whole time. I do wonder why it would trigger there. Maybe it's just within enough of a range, or maybe it's because those fellas are associated with obtaining that booze, and so the game figures if you got the booze, maybe you just got it from them. You can get boots. You could get cavalry boots for perception. How's your perception right now? It's perception versus your current shoes. Huh, you have very authoritative shoes. Okay. Perceptive boots. I'm borrowing your boots if you like. Or while your back is turned, that's something too. Wish I could tell you about that, because it seems like yours. So, perception, is that a thing now, or is it at complete zero? Well, interesting. So...
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
I like how her voice sounds kind amidst all the craziness.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Full of bullets, Lillian. We can say you seem angry. Why? I got shot in the foot. It was pretty badass. You would have liked it. Some people hurt me. I wanted to talk to you about something else, your boat. I'm curious about all of these. Some people hurt me.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
All the time, huh?
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
Well, she can be worried about me. We went on a date. We can say you should see the other guys. They're all dead. Well, that seems supremely tacky to say. I do want to click on it, though.
So you're a killer? That's good, I guess. Better than being dead.
Most cops are killers, you could say. I was a killer long before this happened. I'm not a killer, I'm a cop. Well, we're in this dialogue now. You were a killer long before this happened.
Aye. Not a lot of RCM men who aren't killers.
Well, now I feel sad about how that dialogue tree went.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
And then there's... Oof. Gosh, our authority is still too high from the armor, isn't it? And yet you've just been shot. So we need to get to that island. I don't know, is there anything I can change about what you're wearing?
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried.
Oh.
We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Can I borrow your boat, or 2 days of sunshine? I just got a bacterial infection. What's one to do with the other? Can I borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Joyriding like not for the mission?
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
A day or two? Oh wow, you're really committed in here.
Aye.
So you just nod attentively?
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Okay. Ask about 2 days of sunshine.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with Ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. Be sad to lose the first one.
I'm sorry for the killer diatribe earlier.
That's cool. You boasting your bacterial infection like that.
Physical instrument. I've had a weirdly involved relationship with you, and I still don't know how to feel with that. So what's on the island? Just ruins? Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war for the communards as an anti-aircraft gun. bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
Your guy. Who's been there?
My husband used to drink there.
Yeah.
Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
A little haunted, is it?
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
The kids playing in the sand. They didn't seem capable of rafting to me. Which kids?
The twins.
Really?
God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Well, gosh.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They have a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Huh. Alright. They struck me as extremely, extremely young, and I don't know, the island seems a bit away. Is there anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Well, that's good to know.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Alright, interfacing. So thanks. We'll use your skiff to get there.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
I've seen fuel around. Maybe I can fetch some for you. Huh. Of all things. Alright. Still letting him walk. I didn't expect the twins to have very much going on. So, they're showing off the bacterial infection, and Kim keeping an eye on Harry. No joyriding around here. Hey, twins. What's good, twins?
The scruffy-haired
God, I'm
little
still
boy
holding the
kicks
gun.
a
Yeah,
stone
that's weird.
while the other watches him do it.
Oh, you've been to the island, have you?
On that island?
Yeah, that island. I need to know what's there.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafront and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great.
I thought you were like the little babies.
And we make a fire. We make a fire.
Okay.
Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
And what else?
There are lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Well, that's more detailed than I thought. Someone lives there.
No.
Okay.
Yes.
What?
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because
Of all the wonderful things he does?
he asks to put the fire out.
Okay. But why?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like people to be there. You shouldn't go.
And all of this incredible suspicion could not have been had earlier before shooting. And I understand why, but also what the hell?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So what about the lights?
I don't know.
Sure.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Kim, you have incredible patience and I love you.
Yes.
Huh. Okay. I thought they were babies. Okay. Is there anything else you can tell me about the guy? The age? Does he live there? Slow your roll can opener. I don't know if they know.
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think.
Okay.
No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times.
Okay.
He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
What, so you go there more often than the fire
Anything
guy?
else? What does this guy look like?
Oh, look at his little voice getting a little more high-pitched and easy for children to deal with. Kim! Hi, Kim.
I don't know.
How come?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Well, I'm glad that nothing else happened. How about your dad? Your dad used to go there.
Our father killed himself.
There's some blunt language, kiddo.
Don't say that, he didn't.
Oh, sorry, kid. You could say your father did not kill himself or he killed himself, alright? I want to honor Kim's efforts and say that your dad didn't.
I don't know.
Okay.
Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
Well, that was... yeah, weirdly insightful. Is that all you know? Is there anything else?
There's
Oh, okay.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
You could say children are stupid, but I've left that unclicked due to incredible willpower. And I do believe that will be it. You're saying the writing for these kids is very realistic, and that Kim is very good at talking to kids. It's really... It's amazing to still see these other sides of him after this much gameplay. So there's boats around here. There's yellowfin season around here. Watch your hip as you climb this ladder.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
Oh, telling you that it's the very last of everything that you get to do. I mean, at this time, I have every intention of seeing what the world looks like through other saves, through other types of Harry. I guess the first thing that I'll do in a new sort of save is go over all of the drunkard stories back there. But for now, I'll leave them.
Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts?
Every single one of them. Hitting you up. Did I owe Gart for more stuff?
Remember what the netpicker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
I mean, isn't the implication unless I buy her more fuel, but I mean, you need some kind of in-universe justification. Huh. Extremely final sounding. You take the engine, Kim, I'll hold the boombox? Sure, I'll click on that.
What?
What? How else do we blast Sad FM on our way to the island?
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
There's no energy left in this man, and that's understandable. It's honestly freakish
Sad
that any needs
FM
return.
is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Okay. So we get in. Did I need to equip the boombox? You already did it. I had seen the little poses. The atmosphere of this game, I feel like it's never quite what I expect. Kim always having to be the responsible one, literally steering us clear of obstacles as much as he can. And there's the part of the shore in front of the church. So that's a sad rock song in the Disco Elysium verse, huh? Now that's a really good view of the church. That's some extreme architecture. I've never seen the top of it quite that well before. There really is a small amount of fuel in this, huh? And the themes, the little piano themes of the game, little leitmotifs, they're still in there. In this very song. So there's an option to do this without music? That doesn't seem right. I mean, I guess if you didn't want to warn people of your approach, then maybe that would make sense. To go up there silently, but you miss out on the utter ambiance of it. Is that an oil spill? Hi, Blippi. Here we go. The sense of finality just keeps increasing, doesn't it? I didn't expect for it to say
comes to
Disco
a slow
Elysium.
stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
I don't usually picture quails flying because they are so round and running.
Let's go.
When you say, have I closed all of the accounts, it makes you wanna, I don't know, look at the tasks that I had left. So, I think I didn't find all the armor pieces. I mean, it was looking a little incomplete, but what else could you need them for? Some sort of determining where the shot came from. Did we reach another Monday? We're looking for a murder weapon, looking for hints that we are a peony. Find the Insulindian fast feed. Oh yeah, I still had a box of locusts. Huh. And I guess I'll nose around in there somewhat. Yeah, no full armor set. I do wonder. I'm not sure if I want more stuff from here before we keep walking around. I could put more points into empathy. I could put everything into empathy and into suggestion if I wanted. Okay, let's inspect everything with a little music change. There's makeshift bridges whereabouts. Chains.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
I feel like we didn't tie up the boat. This leads to the depot in Land's End.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
And lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Hi to you, YouTubers. I've made it to a new area of the map, that's why, I suppose. That's why. A melancholy song, you say? Details around here. Do we go up first? There's downwards places to go. There's looking for a fire guy, maybe. This is strange. Attention, inflammable. There's fuel leaking. Can some of it be used for the boat so we could pay her back? I kind of want to go like around the outsides of it. Hello to you with the museum kit. How you feeling on this fine night? I think I'm leaving some things a little bit unexplored in Disco Elysium. Oh, a little autosave for me. What in the world triggered that? Oh, I've gone back down the stairs thinking there was more to walk on, but instead I guess I'm just making him get that cardio in. Hello, Kate Arcane, who has entered the chat. It is a little bit funny to conceptualize of.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
Okay, contemplate the flutter of wings?
The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
He's an absolute machine. How are you measuring that with the sound waves hitting your ear?
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other.
Oh, thanks for updating me on how the audio is down here. Well, I've kept it about as loud as me for this long. I guess it'll stay that way now. Dang. Air through the reeds. I have a box of locusts on my person.
The great ghost of the air is holding its breath.
Hey, Shivers. To the west.
A silent hiss. Sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
To the east.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains. A bird tending to its feathers.
Don't tell me he really hears all of this. I mean, for some of these descriptions, I thought he was imagining it. Kate is there saying that you're doing okay, just watching YouTube with Vi and came across your Owl House short. I keep wondering about the coincidences that lead people to click into these streams where I'm exploring a really moody and descriptive game. Hey, I hope the rest of your night keeps going good. There's more description in here.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
I mean, you don't need hearing for that only. And further north, what's up?
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless.
The silence has me a little bit on edge after encountering that weird thing. I don't know, church anomaly. Okay. And you can ask below the silence.
Call the Mama Dakwa.
No! What? That's why. That's why hearing was looking. I thought that this was. It had to do with climactic. I thought that we're finding killers, murderers. Yeah, I guess the bird is a little bit on my mind also as well. Really?
We are way out now. Way out in the west.
Well, does it want some of my box of locusts that I'm keeping in my pants? Kim?
Yes?
You can say it's pretty silent on this island. Have you noticed how quiet it is, or it's really freaking silent? I sure say it with some emphasis, why not?
It is. Is that why we are stopping?
I guess we listen to one more thing.
The lieutenant nods in silence.
You stop listening? Wait, okay, is it really the little bird? My gosh. Oh my gosh. There's a barrel with star specks, every detail. You saying your stream is still cool and you sound like ASMR. Honestly, that has been accidental every single time. I mean to sound regular. To sound regular as I go into spooky abandoned buildings. And then you'll go into sleep saying, hey, Wishing you some good dreams, some good rest, as I break up the inadvertent experience of ASMR with a little bit of shouting over a bird that is kind of a Bigfoot. I'm looking at machinery, looking at everything. What is this? An armament rest. And then, oh, you can go downwards, you can go upwards. I didn't see. I've been spoiled on some things, but none of this. There's books. There's a survivor's kitchen. I thought that it was really weird to think of a single assassination type shot coming from this island, because I thought it was going to be just a little bit of a beach. I didn't think there was going to be a proper tower up in here. What is this? Moth-bitten bed sheets, chairs.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
What do you mean? I shout in lowercase. We can sift through magazines.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures.
Well, some animals are having adventures in my pants pockets. It's locusts.
Popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin. Husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive?
That was said so evenly and matter-of-factly, but that last line normally comes from the Red Emotional Fellows.
Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Why not combine the two? International light erotica circuit bender.
Someone's made themselves a home.
I can't even begin to conceive of anything as being unusual. I can just look at the bed.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
Washed? How recently?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain. Thick as molasses.
He's doing badly, isn't he?
No longer able to hear yourself speak.
I'm sorry, man.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Well, okay, I don't expect that, but yeah. It's midday.
You face the concrete
That's
wall.
weird.
There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there.
Okay.
You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed.
And you just curl up. You were bragging about your gunshot wound to everybody. Wow.
The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
I'm worried to think about what
sleep
that was for. I trust you, Kim. You were keeping watch, and I was keeping sleepy. What? Oh, okay, that felt like a strange change in tone. There's mild commentary on animals having adventures in your pants. It feels spookier. Where's Kim? The lieutenant isn't here. I know that's a communist, but for a second I thought that it was, for some reason, just a big old portrait of Harry. There's closed doors that you can't get into. Alright. Where is Kim and your heads-up display? It did seem like nothing came back exactly. Well, I've got a Molotov cocktail in my hand. I'm walking. That's strange. I guess I don't really know the geometry of this place. I tried to click outwards and it's telling me the only path is this way. I thought that you could walk down the stairs that way. Is this where I want to be? I see a door. Going under a bridge from a bottom floor. The AC is way louder now. Now does it help to turn any of that down slightly? Okay. Kim, it was definitely a weird time for a nap in someone else's random bed. Kim, where'd you go? This doesn't seem quite right. End of a pier. So here's sand, here's the beach, here's a very mysterious scenario. It can't feel good whatsoever to walk on sand. Go down to the chain, there's something there. Sure. I have a sense of direction, don't I? Can I click this way? I have gotten him extremely lost, and he's shambling around. Alright. I'm trying to click on the things that allow me to see where things are. Oh, it doesn't allow you back where you came. Yeah, that should have been a hint. Okay, do I have a sense of direction or don't I? And you can type in on chats, where did my boyfriend go? Kim! It's so lonely without him. And then disappearing the heads-up display makes it feel a bit less like a game. So you're wandering. Doesn't let me go back the way I came. Here's the shore. Here's a different shore. Here's more of a pathway. There's the chain. Spooky. What? What? I mean, I trust those impulses. What? There's footprints on the water. You think it's a dream? Well, I mean, he did start walking on the water. There's only so many places you can click. Right here. Even more? Well, this... that feels very strange.
Dolores Dei, the innocence of humanism,
I don't like that.
internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry.
That's what they call luggage here, is it? You really picked up on the dreamlike element of it, huh? I mean...
Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking.
Melt the ice but then the connotation of you need to talk. You're seeing Dolores Dei. This is more divorce. This is more divorce, isn't it?
But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean.
Volition.
Let her go.
Volition.
Let her go. This is the holy queen of the territories of Muindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we have given you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back.
Encyclopedia, you've been such a low stat for most of the game that I didn't know how easily you could be corrupted, because that shit makes no sense. Okay, an icebreaker, you can say, hey, something's off. Where are you going? What's in the bag? Well, it looks like the format where I can say everything, so you start with Spider-Verse hand on the shoulder. Hey.
Hey.
This is wrong. This is bad. Okay, you can say, hey, that's all I get, or how are you doing, or I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bothered you. How are you doing? The first one seems pushy to me. How are you doing?
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
I'm hallucinating my ex as the patron saint of this world. I'm as a religious figure as I'm not doing very well. I'm dying. I'm in a ruined flak tower. Blood is dripping down my chest. I'm in my head and I miss you. All of those seem strangely raw. Sometimes the end option cancels you out of whatever dialogue you were in, and sometimes that makes me reluctant to choose it first when I could have chosen more, but if I only get one, that one seems the most honest. I miss you.
Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads.
I guess where else would someone be? Outside a video rental store in Revachol. Do you miss me there?
Sometimes. Not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here.
Okay. With lights of the video rental glowing in her hair. It's strange to see the parts of the city that are less run down.
This is everything I always warned you about.
Inland Empire, I know you said that it would hurt. Something's off.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She is leaving. And is the city telling you about it then?
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
Well, that's really insightful for... Okay, you don't have time to tend to my emotions. That would be supremely selfish to say to someone else in a conversation, but you can say it here. You're in your own head.
She sighs and looks over her shoulder.
I'm sorry. Do I get to see your face?
What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
I know. But some part of you has to know that it's inside your head. Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
I don't doubt it. What's in the bag?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
It's still Dolores Dei in your head. The crown of immortality, aren't you already wearing one?
Oh, this.
Tell me.
This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
And is it something for real?
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder.
I don't know, I think the TSA would confiscate it.
Silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind, wraps around her holy body.
Well, that's one from electrochemistry. Always aware of the holy body.
Anyway.
And you can say your skin is holy and soft. And I'm going to say it even though it doesn't seem appropriate anymore because I don't want it to run out of things to say.
No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into...
Into what? And you could say you are, none of the others are as beautiful as you, or let's not, I'm sorry I said that. I mean, it's not good to keep putting her on a pedestal, but I'm sorry I said that. Doesn't mean that he stopped thinking it. So, confront it, dive into it, claim that no one else is as beautiful as her.
She does not answer. There's that expression again.
I'm sorry.
Silence. A distant wind blows. You can't think of anything pretty to say.
Can we stay for a moment? Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown. God, my eyes went over that before my reading went over that, and I thought that he was saying we have to talk before I have a massive epic showdown, but she is not an accessory to the conflict. She is the conflict for you, isn't she?
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters.
Hey, it's strange seeing this as somebody who's never had a really, really life-altering heartbreak. Unborn daughters. Did you have miscarriages? Is there?
I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Come on, come on.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet.
Christ!
You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
What? What? That doesn't seem good. It doesn't seem like a good option. But I'm just so curious if that fixes anything in his head. It's not a good way for things to be, you could say.
It's not.
But what?
I don't know why I said but. There is no but.
That's it?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it a million times. You will get over it. Just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Well, the other two options, I'm not getting over it, and you're right. I've been trying to steer him away from it so much, but every 2 out of 3 options are always hanging on to her. So pick the third one. Maybe I'll get good again.
See? It just takes some time. For you, I think it'll take something like 20 years, maybe.
That's a lot.
It was hard for me, too. I used to think I couldn't live without you.
Okay.
But I can.
Well, say that a little bit more uncertain for me, just for show, would you?
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight, but it's clear you're still making her sad.
Okay.
It's not. It's just not possible. It's like eating rocks. You just can't do it.
This guy usually talks with such determination. We can say 20 years, that's so much time. It really is.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew.
2 years. You felt that way once, that you can't live without me.
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
And what if you double down? What if you say that you can't? What does she say to that?
There is a silence. She looks at you, then over her shoulder, then corrects the wreath on the dome of her forehead. As you talk, it feels like chewing on gravel, granite, steel bars.
Your innocence, Dolores Dei. I'm sorry I made you sad.
It's okay.
No, it isn't. Is it? I don't know. You could say... maybe it doesn't have to be like this. Maybe we could try again and proceed. I don't understand. aren't there things you need to know?
What other things? We've been through all the things, Harry.
I just wanted to update you on communism because it's really cool.
That sounds nice, Harry, but I really don't want to argue about ideology with you right now.
You're in my head.
This won't be an argument. It will be emotional and true.
What does that mean, empathy? What stance are we coming into this with? We can say, listen please, it helped me realize that I can't let you go because loving you is impossible. You're like a star I should follow. What? I could get behind that as an ideal, Harry. I could get behind that as an ideal. Okay, the second option is to say, now that I think of it, it's actually all just pointless shit and I should kill myself. I'm not going to say that, because I've been fighting for your life, you ingrate.
A long sigh. 1 millennia in the making.
Okay.
Apricot scented chewing gum brushes your cheek.
Okay.
I am not a star. I'm a confused young woman eating your mind. There are no stars. There is no light. There will be no future. There is only this intersection and the aerodrome, where I must go, incessantly, brutally, utterly without redemption or hope.
I don't like how she sounds like the inside of your head. I don't like how she is phrasing everything in the most brutal way possible, and yet I don't doubt that anything. Okay, just say everything, because it means she's here longer. And maybe you'll get through something. Mass murderer.
That is very contested by modern historians. Very contested. Plus
what?
You're only saying this because things didn't work out between us. I have to go to the aerodrome now. I don't have time to defend myself from these accusations.
Does he accuse her of cheating otherwise?
Stop making her angry. She won't start loving you again if you call her a mass murderer. Seriously.
Would you say you haven't behaved like a mass murderer with me? What is this? You could say, you're right, I'm sorry, you're soft and good, not a mass murderer. What's the first one mean? Tell me.
You were very bad to me too. We've talked about it like 7 million times now. I don't want to do that anymore.
We can say you're not even human.
I am actually very ordinary, Harry. Below this gown and wreath, I have an ordinary soul and ordinary thoughts. The only thing inhuman about me is this.
Is what?
This thing you've made me into.
I'm glad I clicked that
I'm
then.
sorry for saying
You needed
so,
to hear it.
But I just hate it. What is this? This is so far gone, Harry. I don't even...
Can you please hear it? Can you please hear it? You're special. You had glowing lungs. Do you have something to say to that pushes back hard enough that he breaks out of it?
My lungs do not glow, Harry. I am just like all the others. None of us have glowing lungs. Stop making me into some kind of...
And option 1, I can still make your lungs glow. I know I can, if only you let me. You're right, you don't have glowing lungs, you don't deserve them. But then this is all meaningless. Can't you let it be meaningless? Would that let you grow? I want out. I want out.
It is. And it's making me late for my beautiful, beautiful flight to Morova. Far, far away from you and Revachol.
Stop talking like a hypnotist.
A warm gust wraps her gown around her waist and between her thighs. All the roads will miss her footsteps when she's gone from here.
Is this what connected him to the city, or was he always...
A completely different world.
You can say, I miss you so much. I want to go back to the different world, the see-through world with you. You can just miss her.
It will pass. Everything does.
Well, it doesn't seem respectful to try to kiss her. And I hope that she stops you. I don't know. I don't know what I hope for. Why are you approaching like a wounded animal? I don't think this helps
With your feet
anything.
trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back.
You can say, but I succeeded. I feel her breath, her cheek against mine. Cold silver. Well, I guess you have to work through that to acknowledge it. Confront each and every thought. I never got the secret compartment in the folder open. And there's horror. It does sound like horror. So, you can say that you succeeded.
This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me.
I know. I know. So, down the list you feel breath.
Her chest rising like a pillow, warm exhalations against the side of your mouth. Hidden, distant, kept safe from you.
And her cheek.
Feels like soft fuzz, a bird covered in down feathers, brushing against your broken capillaries.
And silver of a wreath.
The delicate wreath on her forehead, pressing into your temple. The silver is cold from the spring evening air. Her hand does not return the grip. Her body is rigid. A current of unease courses through it.
I'm sorry.
Distrust. For you. The curve of her spine. Her shoulders hunched. She keeps herself stiff. Her center guarded from your motions. Nothing, just pillows against you. Unresponsive, but for the taste of apricots.
Well, it doesn't help. So you just acknowledge it. You're not kissing me back. That was a very bad suggestion, huh?
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours.
It makes me wonder if he succeeded in real life. I hope not. I'm sorry. That's an expressive animation about it.
Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there.
Well, it was horrifying.
Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I felt.
I knew about that quote. I didn't know it was from here, but that fits. That does fit. Oh dear. You can say, why didn't you kiss me back? I don't know if this is a 1, 2, 3 that you get options out of. I don't think you need to ask. I think you know. That's it then.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see.
On the lower stomach, what?
I'm pregnant.
I know it's not yours. It's his, the man I heard on the phone.
Yes, he did it.
You're infertile, Harry.
I terminated yours. Don't you remember, you poor fuck? You poverty-stricken fuck.
You could say it that way.
Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
I shouldn't have saved that for the end.
No, this has to end. Do the last one.
What last one?
More questions. Ask more.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have saved that for the end. All I had was... Don't go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I know.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Was that more of suggestion and a little audio mix-up with authority? Oh... You have sworn a holy oath, were you? So you were properly married. I wasn't sure if you only dated. Okay, what are our options? Wait, can't we sit down and have coffee first? There's a cafeteria. What is there to do in Mirova? I swore I wouldn't let you go. You told me. You asked me to be this way. Could you have a coffee?
No. That would only be painful and dull. At the aerodrome, life, love, and laughter are waiting for me. At the cafeteria, dust, hell, and tragic comedy.
So what's there in Mirova?
Light, life, culture. It's so much better than here. Everything here reminds me of you. The horrible times we had. The nights we stayed up fighting for our dying love. I have to wipe it all off me and be clean again. I want to be a good person again. Not this. Not what you made me into.
He has so much empathy for her. But I swore I wouldn't let you go. You told me, you asked me to be this way. We'll click on every single one. Because she's here.
That was someone else.
Longer.
I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
You can say no, you can say, will we ever see each other again? It's all right to ask, I suppose.
I won't see you, but you will see me.
I know. You don't super have to ask how can that be, because it's already happening.
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see?
Right on the money.
I'm already in Mirova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
Then how will I see you again, you could ask. And I don't even mind talking to the goddamn lizard brain if it means that you don't have to go through this every time you sleep. How will I see you?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental.
Is this what sobriety is for him?
I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young.
Young.
And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
You can say this is intolerably bad. I want to believe that has some capacity for change in it.
Oh yes. This is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry.
On the one hand, it seems absolutely horrifying to compare your divorce to all 3 of those. On the other hand, I can see that it is destroying you literally that much.
See you tomorrow.
Don't come back. Well, and he did keep watch, and he didn't leave you, of course. What the fuck?
How was your sleep?
Oh my god! No! Ah! His arms are really, really, really skinny. Oh no! Oh, I've broken you. Oh! Ah! How do I fix that? Harry, you have become a skeleton. Okay, let me just, there's a lot to tackle, but let me just see, let me just scan some things that I had missed in the chat. A little bit of geometry had been mixed up. The crown of immortality had been mixed up. What's happening to his arms? God. It was really unsettling to see all of his skills collapse that way and have irrationality creep in. I say creep in as if they can't normally creep in, but it does normally creep in. Oh, no. Okay. So things to write down for other saves and happenstance and everything is to get a folder open if I'm going through this game again and get all the armor. Maybe that's something I left unfinished, but the folder seems like maybe it would get me to see her face. I shouldn't be curious what her face is because it's told me all that they're gonna tell me about that. Okay. So, there's some classism, thinness, 3 nights a week. I'm surprised he hasn't lobotomized himself. Not that that's the growth forward sort of thing. Okay, you're saying maybe quit after talking to Kim and hopefully it'll fix itself. At least your boyfriend is here to save you from your ex-girlfriend who scared you so bad you are a skeleton. That's one way. That's one way. So what you could... How long did he sleep? He's starving, and there's classism, and you can say, let's solve the fucking case is what you can save. You can say, my sleep was deep and invigorating, and try to cover up the blood seeping out with your hands. Oh, there are some things about your body that you may try to cover up. It was total annihilation. Let's comb the entire island. That's the next step in the task chain. I would try to cover the blood a little, I suppose.
Of course. I was just thinking maybe you've torn your stitches. Are you ready to move on?
It was total annihilation in there.
I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
Oh, you sound hopeful. No, it was an ex-wife dream.
The lieutenant nods solemnly.
Ex-wife, huh? I wasn't quite sure if it was just an ex-wife or a lost love. The gun is completely disproportionate in your skeleton arms.
I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
You can have a declaration.
Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, half covered in blood from your wound.
Oh. Is that why you've taken off the jacket? To reveal your skinny arms? No, there's just combing the island. Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
Well, that's horrifying. What the hell? Oh, it's weird that this glitching jacket was a gift from the island. God, all of this is weird. Okay, an RCM patrol jacket. Well, you look so businesslike now. Does that fix you right up? It does. That was weird to see, honestly. I can do a little bit of a quick save. You love dream sequences like that because there's so many readings. I almost feel strange that I don't know if I can... that I can't read as much into it when it's just happened. A winter scarf. Well, that's peculiar. I mean, I guess you do have... you do have a +1. Well, -1 to composure, cause it sucks to be poor, damn. Okay, this towy old scarf itches when wrapped around the neck. It has humanitarian aid written all over it, yet you know that thousands all over the Isla are suffering the same fate as you. The fate of uncomfortable army surplus scarves. Well, Well, I don't think I needed composure for anything anyway. I wanted to at least start to talk to someone, fireman, anything. God, there was less detail in the dream,
An
too.
old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
You can have a full interrogation after that. It's strange to walk through that after the emotional hollowness of knowing that your ex-wife harbors no love for you. Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
What kind of generator is it?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout.
Okay.
The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
Okay.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Emotionally, nothing feels right anymore, and you keep walking like that, Harry. And you did something to make the dreams go away. Tap the side.
The hollow ring, the canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
And what's with it?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
Why is a generator here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
Well, I love hearing your voice always. Although that's a little bit strange to say after choosing progressively more dialogue options with the ex-wife to keep her talking.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
And not insulated in the slightest, but there you go. I suppose if somebody covered that with blankets, it would catch fire. There's fallen shirts if you want. I don't know what more there is to hoard about, but I'm inspecting goddamn everything until I get to one person and say, one sentence, question mark? I don't know. Okay, so there's a little bit of just raiding someone's cabinet. That always, that never ceases to amuse me. There's blast doors and...
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
And everything feels emotionally wrong. How are you part of reality after that, Harry? What's on the other side?
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
And we could open it.
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother.
Okay.
A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
And you look for the
I think
controls.
there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Oh, okay. There's hijinks. Arcade saying, do you want to know what's in the folder? Also, don't read it now because it'll probably break the game in some wild way. But just wondering if you wanted to know what it is. I suppose so. There's talk of Kim feeling the breakup pain. So I'm looking for a little bit of a console. Cyborg cops joining Section 9. There's going down the same way you went in. But yeah, what's in the folder? There's collapsed stairs. No wonder I couldn't traverse them. Just wondering, but did you present the headless Fallen Rider figurine to the stained glass window of Dolores? Oh, I didn't. Sounds like there's a lot of pieces.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Why? What's the ICM?
Insul Indian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army, the black and white army of the Revolution.
They're posed up right there. Really stanced up.
Sounds an awful lot like.
Like the Revachol Citizens Militia.
It does.
Why?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
Are we their military? What do you mean, may?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
There's a white star on the label.
No, an upside-down star.
Communisty?
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune.
Okay. Are those speck stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
And what's it still doing here?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter.
Alright.
One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this.
What?
Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Nothing feels settled, nothing. It feels like everything should be final, and yet there's all these little details that keep going. Alright, that's where you have that thought then. Can you click there? Can you click? Okay. And you're telling me that in the compartment is a letter left by his ex. Completely sealed up for good reason, I would guess. Reading it causes Harry to pass out. You get birds wandering. You get... Do I see the console anywhere? Gone back the way I came, but it doesn't quite seem right. Guess I could go into the boat to look around the island some more. Yeah, that seems right, I suppose. Okay, so you're saying in the compartment is a letter. He passes out. Kim wakes him up.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
I don't think that's the right way to go then. Keep looking, keep searching. Could have gone out to the beach. And I keep not double clicking things because I am under some strange impression that it's going to not set his wounds. Wait, the beach you went in your dream, you're saying don't? Huh. Oh, okay, what's... There's just lostness. There's just talk of a console. Okay, but I did want to know about the folder. You can recite the whole letter to Dolores in that dream, and it's miserable. Oh, I accidentally saved him from more misery in the dream. Alright, but if his mind keeps healing, then it's not for long, is it? It was a letter that she wrote him in the past, a love letter that reads to her to remind her that she loved him. Could be commenting that when you lose that many people, it takes a very long time to recover. Okay. So, okay, not the boat at the very least. Looking around for a console. Okay, do I see... I'm just keeping this... Oh, that looks like a console. If I may walk to it, looks like it's quite the route around. A love letter, huh? Yeah, that feels like it definitely would have been gasoline on the wound, not just a traditional salt on the wound, lighting yourself on fire, and...
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
We're just gonna finger that real quick, run your fingers across the keyboard.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
And what is it?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. Determine it here.
And it opens the blast doors?
Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radio diffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
A radio computer, huh?
We need to restore power before using this, officer.
Okay.
The generator. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over.
Sorry to cut you off,
Maybe
man.
one of
I
them
just...
still has something in it.
Sure, there's
The boat engine.
barrels of fuel. You could raid the boat, I guess. You could get some from the boat engine.
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around, okay?
The consul stands by, mutely. Urgence, ouvert. reads a dial key. Allumer reads another. The frequency band says radio diffuser.
Well, if it's without power, then it's that way. Some kind of hatch here, jammed shut, and extremely rickety steps as I'm raiding someone else's secret cabinet. And I can go out this way. And you're telling me that presenting the figurine to the stained glass window of Dolores gives you the option to ask if she liked it. She said she liked them long ago, but he ruined them for her, and she hates them now. There's a lot of detail to be had in the pain of it all, isn't there? You can inspect the massive chunks of this. So if you're talking about the game is almost ending, where comes the part when Harry starts conjoining everyone. And here, unlike in a dream, is it tougher to walk around, to walk across? There's broken winches, and chains, and...
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in.
Not what you came here for, man.
With a bottle in your hand.
Electrochemistry, I know you've thought it before and you're thinking it again, but stop thinking it. A bottle in your hand.
Always.
Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you.
Inland Empire.
Smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal.
I get the feeling that this was also an option before you had that dream.
Maybe. You know it's going to hurt.
Pain threshold. But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
Can you refuse it at all?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay.
No, we're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
So you just look out at the
In the still mirror of the
horizon.
bay, you see Montanez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
Well, it's, I guess, a little bit. I'm kind of grateful that the thought doesn't change to be even more death-seeking and violent when he's got his gun in his hand like he has now. So, you're telling me about the figurines over there? God, what was that? Just water rushing, huh? Get on up. Saying, is there a ramp to go up? It is kind of circuitous each time. You're saying there's a path back there. Oh, I started looking for fuel specifically because I had seen some business, and then I'm like, that's gonna get me through the blast doors. Okay. The skill that suggested he get the figurines said the figurines don't do anything else. Oh, I'm missing some things indeed. I suppose so. Yeah, that's not fuel whatsoever. Just a little more walking for contemplating and exacerbating his bullet wound. Alright, so a beach, a ramp, and everything. It's a little spooky, just creepy, I guess. How so much more details are available in this room once you've... compared to when it was a dream. It creeps me out how they stripped it of details. And... whoa. Oh, that is a ramp? Okay, interesting. Let's talk of atmosphericness. I don't know if I would have spotted it without the yellow dot up here. What's up, Red? just wincing at the pain. I've been making him run all the hell around. It's inside of the fortress that you can see from this angle. Well, I feel like this is something. We're like at the top of a tower. Very much so. Artillery, medicine cabinet, Dramamine, health items. What the hell else are you gonna buy? Is this fuel? It would be positively bizarre to go back to the mainland and pawn that. It had a price on it, God.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
Did somebody fire from here?
This looks like a good place to aim from.
Does it? And we inspect the
A
mattress.
single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
So you pick one out, I
The
guess.
silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad.
Really?
Tio Moteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
Older, you say? So, okay, you saw the same brand of cigarettes distinguished in Land's End.
Could be a coincidence. Or the same person has visited Land's End and here.
Creeped out.
I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
So you inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
And you can touch the concrete.
Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning
details.
by anything other than the rain.
It amazes me that rain doesn't clean things more. So you look through a hole in the concrete. And does
The
that.
springs screech as you lean on the mattress and
Seems
crane your
loud.
neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach.
And do you see it? The room where he was shot.
A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar.
Left.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
And the right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And right between.
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
There it is. There it is. You found it. Start with us where you found it.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that.
With a pair of binoculars, I would be able to see inside the room. And an opening between 33A and 10, I can see through the roof with the... Let's get specific. Binoculars.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure. I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the
Oh
sniper's
my
nest.
god. Okay. And you can say, finally, better late than never. Why didn't we come here before? If I only get to choose one, why didn't we come here before?
Why? We don't go everywhere in the 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
Well, I'm not gonna harp on 7 people being dead when he's encouraged me to keep moving, keep
He
living.
looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress. He's conflicted for a second. There's guilt there. It takes him a moment to rationalize it away.
Is he still there? Or the shooter? Or anything? On Martinez, on this island. On the mattress, did I shoot on this island?
He does not answer. Just
Reductive
nods.
to say, is he
With his
still
back
there?
hunched, he looks around once more and says,
What?
he feels uncomfortable suddenly.
We should move now.
Okay. So moving now. I thought maybe the fireman described by the little children. I thought maybe that would be something, and okay, I've gotten a can of fuel. I'll let you double click on things. Someone's watching you. And I'm going into things with a gun in your hand. And I don't know if that's the right course of action. Remember what the main menu for the game looks like. Just all of the sun and view of everything. The footsteps feel louder now. I feel like saving even though I don't know what good that'll do. Go on. The main menu for the game. Is it in this area? Okay. A little fuel in the generator. You're just going up the stairs and things are locked and you use the
This
fuel.
old cylindrical generator. Wait, the lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
And you start it, and it's loud, and you've been loud, and someone's watching you.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
And you leave, I guess, if that's everything that you... Oh, so the main menu is the view from the sniper's nest? Because you were being watched the whole time? That's... Well, now I feel doubly unsafe.
A dim golden glow
Okay.
animates the console.
Perfect view of
Like a
everything.
ghost light. Urgence over reads one dial key.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Still got stuff to smile about, huh, Kim?
Automatic boot.
Alright, open.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
And then every single time, I know it's just a detailed game, but sometimes I wonder, well, that's a dramatic door. That's a really dramatic door. Sometimes I wonder why they've put as many options as they have. That had 2 thunks in it. A 2-thunk kind of a door.
A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
You know, like maybe it wasn't just protecting whoever's on the other side, but you.
After you.
I felt someone watching us.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
Well, you're really sharp, Kim. What's there?
I don't know.
Okay.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
And you can profess to being scared.
Don't be. I have a gun.
And so do I. I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Optional bits of dialogue. Alright. I don't suppose I
Dim
can
golden
go around
glow.
flipping switches.
The lighting in the room turns on with the dial
And
slides
radios.
under the dusty glass, dark and silent, despite the power being on.
Alright.
This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications.
Well, I wouldn't dare miss a single bit of what you've got to say, Kim. So yeah. Door to the final boss fight, huh? My gosh. Hello, final bosses. Walk slow, it's dangerous. Sure, no sprinting. And another doorway beyond that. Who are you? What is this? What do you look like? Have you been watching us all this time? Somebody? May I lollygag by inspecting everything? All of the small white flowers, something, a rubber dinghy. Has someone been stranded here? God. Hi. What?
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth.
Don't tell me this was an old man taking action, taking drastic action, because he doesn't have his whole life ahead of him like Elizabeth did, because he is fighting based on principles instilled in him when he was younger that he's still carrying on now, and he didn't. You've been away from everything all this time. You weren't even close to everyone who ended up dying. You weren't in the line of fire. You just put other people there.
Then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours.
Hi.
Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp.
Sharp for a sniper.
He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Does he now? Hi, are you the fire guy? A descriptor I got from children, but that's all I know. You of...
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell 2 kids to put out their fire, the twins?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
What the hell, man?
The position sounds like a hiding place.
Really?
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
No, tell me all about what you think of me. What you think in general. What are you? You've retained your eyesight, and your voice sounds clearer than I thought it would.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
Fueled the generator, used the console. I mean, you did leave some fuel there, and we are in a point-and-click game.
I should have burned that console down.
I mean, we probably could have gone around the other side of the island. I don't know. Could have swam. It's cold. How'd you know we were coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Well, it was the right choice, nevertheless.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
Okay. So wait, if you don't play it, then are the blast doors still open? God. But you didn't say that, Kim. It was not rock and roll, it was sad FM. You didn't say that.
I did.
It was sad FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. A weapon of the bourgeoisie.
Well, I'm wearing my communist hat right now, so I hope you will appreciate me.
The fascists were right about rock and roll.
Christ!
It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music.
You're just mad because you can't gyrate your hips no more, old man. Oh, neither can Harry after that bullet wound. Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
A Bell Margrave?
It's a 3-angong 446.
We've lost a bit of nuance. I apologize.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
God.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
We found the suspect, and a little bit of fanboy energy creeps into your voice for the firearms. I love you to bits, Kim Kitsuragi.
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Signal Commune. Military aid.
You are not a squatter here. This place was made for you, wasn't it? You're returning. To keep fighting. The commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, wiped from the ball.
Sure, So we can say, sir, I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Is it weird that neither seems good? Do you want to put down the gun? I mean, I might as well ask.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
Thanks, Kim.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
Corresponding rank. You could say that you are an enemy commander of rank, and to put it down, the deserter being his name, I'm so keyed up from seeing him as the suspect that I barely parsed what it means that he's called the deserter. Hip gyrating. Mental illness music is one of your favorite quotes, huh? That's a good voice out here. Does authority do anything for him?
The words, I am an enemy commander, sound cold as iron from your lungs. The old man still hugs his gun.
And what rank would that be, dog?
I mean, we found it all out for a reason. Double ya fritter.
A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army.
Oh, now that's deeply specific.
To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway.
Alright.
It's out of bullets.
Okay.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
And you've holstered your gun, I see, Kim. So you could pick up the gun lying in the sand. Sure, every bit of detail, let's get it.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire.
And it still worked. And it still shot someone, and by proxy 7 people. Inspect it.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
Surprisingly, when he called him a pederast army, right up in there. And God, that's so hyper-specific. I associate that with, like, ancient Greek history, but essentially the same. I mean, my first thought wasn't, he's got one hell of a name for anyone he disagrees with. But in fact, what did the RCM do that he knows about? So it's as he said, the manufacturing.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
And it does. 4.46.
The right type and the right caliber.
Wow. So...
He's liking this.
The gun enthusiasm never stops. So you stow it.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
Really? In time? Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol.
You say it like it's a dead cause.
I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war.
Said it with the accent.
This is my termless surrender.
Why did you do that?
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in '08.
After finding out so much history from the environment, it's remarkable to talk to some of it, so it seems.
I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
You abandoned them and still carry on their cause? How long have you been here?
43 years.
Just right here?
No. I've been on other islands too.
Okay. You live off fish?
I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18.
Oh, God.
Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it.
I found the gun for your
When
bullet.
I came back here, that was 22 years ago.
There's been a guy living on this island for 22 years. You've been hiding here for 43 years.
43 years and 10 months.
And you're counting. It's like the story of that fellow from World War II who never knew that the war ended. But he obviously knows. But he just chose to keep it going. You can say that's insane, that's steadfast. I don't even know what that is. That's... Sure, let's call you insane. Why not?
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
That's enough reason, I suppose.
He just couldn't.
And he couldn't give up?
He nods.
Okay.
But he can now.
Why now? Why now, after 7 more people are dead?
What have you been doing during all this time?
And why does your gun still work?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
For us?
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic.
They're back? It's only been a few hours. I thought they left.
Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk.
What do you mean you meet?
The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Nice of it to be read out in perfect clarity. So they see it was burnt too.
Always waiting.
But for what?
For her to return.
I don't like the sound of that after the dream I've had.
Her who?
Tell me.
Girl, child, revolution.
Well, now I know the sound of that. And I've met her. And I've spoken with her. As I'm eating a watermelon. Girl, child, revolution. Just ask.
Always.
And you can say I'm afraid she's gone, or she'd better come. God. I just want something to make sense over here. She better come. I too have given my life to Mazovian socioeconomics. Is that a new theory? We're all in on the communism this round.
A waste.
Oh.
The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves.
And themselves. It's easier than ever, isn't it?
The historic opportunity for our revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore. However hard I try, whatever I do.
He says whatever he does, but you've been on these islands. What, you haven't spoken to people, and then you murked a guy. Come on.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession will lighten the load.
And just shooting people. That's not the way forward, is it? And honestly, that's such an old person's point of view, to think that the world already ended in your time and there's nothing you can do and there's nothing you can bring back. What have you done?
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams.
And you deserted your unit.
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered.
Oh.
I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
And what do you mean, faith? In the revolution?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism.
And is this why you've never built a matchbox tower of communism with students like I have?
A second is all it took.
To abandon the war? But that's why you're alive, because they executed every single last one of you who was still there against a wall.
For reaction to take hold.
What's reaction? But I already understand, don't I? It wasn't reaction, you were just afraid. We all have a tiny bourgeois person in us trying to run away. I'll say that one. This the tiny one trying to run away.
He does not seemingly react to what you said. Only his right brow moves a little.
Alright.
And this was when?
So he's not taking out his notebook, no sudden movements like a cornered animal. I don't know if this guy can run.
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago.
Okay.
The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
You could say that's enough about that. No, we finally got to you. I can scarcely bring myself to choose any that's enough type options.
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower.
And that's when?
Huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon. But I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
And you lived. You lived. You lived to kill 8 other people.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
They only taught you how to what? Follow, not how to organize. There's new communists now. 20 years old. You didn't go into the map room.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland. In the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
All right. And you lived, and what was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered.
All right.
They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction.
What?
It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Ideological direction. I interpreted that sentence as if he were the core of his troops. A sort of sense of ideology, as if he were the one keeping them together. What?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed.
Funny how do the deed is also a euphemism for intercourse.
And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
You know?
That the bourgeois are not human.
Oh. So that's why you're still ideologically firm up in here. I mean... We get so disconnected from it, don't we? You can say you've lost your mind. You can say I've always suspected the same. That's definitely enough now. I'll let him finish.
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
There's a lot of haunted people on this isla, on this world. The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. So what is this place?
It's not an island, Dwight. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
Do armies take you back usually when you've deserted? I mean, you're the whole army now. What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
The landing. The retaking of Revachol.
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it
what?
Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
You can say I'm not one of them. Coalition military. Someone who's come to end this madness. I know what you mean. Looks like you couldn't choose more than one, so just say I'm not one of them.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow?
Murderers.
You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis.
Who?
The black-eyed angel.
Okay. How has he survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Oh, that simple? What?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
Is one way you could talk
I've
to
been
him?
Throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
Did he shoot the mercenary on a whim?
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
It's funny they haven't accused him of anything yet. Way more slow-paced than I would think in finding a suspect, which isn't a complaint on the pacing, just a comment on the surreality of it.
I need to die.
Okay.
You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
Okay.
You also have Druamine.
and I'll give some to him. Painkillers. Hijinks is saying Renee actually talked about Deathblow a long time ago now. It was the thing that his side was doing. Tells you exactly how fucked up it was. That you can call something against that many people Deathblow. Kind of a flashy goddamn name. Kind of. And I'm under the impression there were countless civilians in there. I'm not eating watermelon peel. I'm giving old men Dramamine.
I have been running out of that stuff.
Nice. I don't suppose you want to eat it out of my hand like a little deer.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
And you can say an awkward sort of sentence. You like that, Dramamine, don't you? It's a serious situation. You need to be looked over. One at a time. He likes it?
It's the little joys. The dark joke. A sunshiny day. Morphine.
And you can call the situation serious.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
Mentally, how is it?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain.
Coped.
Years missing. Others filled with pain
Oh my.
only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
Well, it's funny of Disco Inferno to be a phrase. You can say, I also live in hell, have holes in my brain, and the lieutenant is about to say something. I also live in hell.
At least you know it. The traders of this city turned the lights back on in the 30s, after the fighting stopped. Ruins, glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round.
Have you talked to them? They need you. They could need you. They don't need you now that you've murdered everyone, but...
It's disgusting.
Okay, fine. So you're just in pain.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
I mean, they didn't witness it firsthand. You could tell your stories. You could find people to listen to you. How have you concealed yourself?
It was hard in the tens. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins.
Is that... Okay, are you using the slur because you are old or because you disagree with them?
And others too.
Motherfucker.
Some cordons of Revachol were still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
And I wonder if the people were too. How'd you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
How bizarre.
In the city, you move underground?
Is there that many tunnels?
From bunker to bunker.
Wow.
Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
And he falls silent. Is it the pain of knowing that your cause has died, is dying? Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
Glad I'm a little higher in the empathy. Been to the weapons cache?
So you finally found it.
Oh, it's
There must
yours.
have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
Right.
Useless now. Rusted away.
So you knew.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
And you got bullets. A bunker, a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
All right.
Propaganda bunker?
Why is it called that?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Why? Why did they
A lot of our boys did.
kill
I
themselves?
spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them.
Well,
No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
well. And you can ask him about his cigarettes.
I do.
On the mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
God, everyone in this game is just so shaped by trauma as if it's carved into the features of their face. And you live, and you live, and you tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
So it's his termless surrender?
You're with the RCM. The coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. The so-called Lieutenant W. Freighter.
Well, I can't deny that we're enforcing those morals. We can say we're not coalition appointed, we just try to help people. With good guys, we enforce the laws and keep these animals from killing each other, you could say. I know what it looks like. But I have secret plans to turn the RCM into a Mazovian revolutionary unit. What do you say to that?
Rock and roll posturing.
Okay.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, the Parti Communiste en Hollande.
You're writing gooning all over the city because their government hired goons. I appreciate his delivery of these lines greatly.
Take me to them as a prisoner of war.
God.
I relinquish my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
Nobody who put them into a mass grave is still alive. And so on the one hand, that seems completely irrational, but on the other hand, we're benefiting from what they put in place. Every creature comfort, everything, every bit of wealth that is still grasped at is directly on top of the grave of the people you buried.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
So you're a communist soldier from the communist army.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
Well, that's distinctive. You were trained, assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained.
Corps.
In historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
It sounds like you were more on the intellectual side than the sniping thing side. What's a political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
Sheesh.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune.
Like a commander?
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
How many people got that training?
He was like a cleric, a shepherd.
Huh. So, call him a priest. You were like a priest?
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
I hear you.
He nods slowly.
A trained
Then
communist.
Another tremor.
You can say I'm also a communist.
No, you're not. You're a liberast.
And that's not an actual affiliation. You've combined the word liberal with the word pederast.
You should engage him about inframaterialism. Impress him with all the ideas you picked up from the reading group.
I have communist ideas in my head.
All the real communists are dead.
So
they died
put
fighting
one
for
back to life.
communism. Are you dead? No. You're an inert lump with a gun.
All that ideological training, and it just stayed inside of you, and it never made it to anyone else. And how could I expect it to, really? But there's people who want to hear from you.
Detective,
We met
have
them.
not come here to discuss ideology.
Well, does he like it, though?
We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
All right.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism.
So his serious questions follow.
There's nothing serious in this world.
Oh.
It's a farce.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
I don't doubt it.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Half-Light, I never know whether to believe you.
Killing people?
Which people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Well, that's raw and honest and
Interesting. During or after the war?
measured as ever, Kim.
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
It's your entire world saying that, isn't it? Your entire truth.
Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those.
I can tell.
No. Be careful.
Come on.
Slow and steady.
One or the other.
Make him repeat it first.
What?
Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Oh, okay. So a split decision. Read all those options. So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Crenell? I know you want to tell me if you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two. Suggestion did not tell me good things the last time. You're going in straight. No euphemisms. I trust the third. Why do I trust the third? I trust the third.
I don't want to tell you anything.
Why did I trust the third?
Murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
Fine, suggestion. Fine. So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped?
What did I just say?
What?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
So you use the gun to shoot the colonel?
The who now?
That's what I'm saying. Why would I phrase it like that?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
Okay, if I'm in, then... Okay, option 4 is killing me. You killed a beautiful strong man sent here by the honorable private military company Grenell. Yeah, okay. You tried to call yourself a communist for a second, and then gay capitalism took over. No, it didn't. We didn't click it. Okay. Does his name matter? Does the fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th? It feels the truest. The fascist
yes,
death squad.
That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Bragging, are you?
Did you kill him?
Did you?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the Commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva.
Okay.
The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
The smell? You can show him the gun. You can do ballistics. You can back off for a moment. One at a time, I suppose. Show him the gun.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
Okay.
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals.
So you have.
You look like imbeciles.
We look
Why
cool.
don't you ask them to give
We
you
look cool.
real weapons?
Okay.
Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
So you don't feel responsible for that, huh? No, it's fine. It's fine. It's a mass event.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen.
In full, vivid, 400k detail, whatever.
So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Don't let it divert you. Okay. I mean, you can point to who you've saved. You can say stop changing the subject.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
You think we have the murder weapon? Is what you could call.
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
So you're calling it.
Good.
All right.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
And are you saying that to me or as posturing for him?
Murder.
Look, I mean, that's the type of laws that one out deserter.
Like a marionette on some invisible string. This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
That we did the ballistics is next.
Saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
Well, it was something.
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You have been here a long time, Mr. Droz. Too long. You need medical aid.
Kim's reaction is amazing to me. All of this kindness wrapped up in it.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
Have you really? Your job was to talk to people. To talk to soldiers. It's the best uninterrupted line of sight into that window in all of Martinez. So it is.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
So you've still been getting radio shows out here.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
So what are you forgetting?
Here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
So, yes?
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. And Maybells on Clausia's balcony.
That?
And nowhere else. Nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them.
Good God, what?
Wait, don't forget the
Another
footprint.
slap?
The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up.
Okay. Diagonal print. Was he there? I mean, he's been underground, but was he there? The bank's head?
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul.
That's really creepy to
Maybe
remember
don't
now, but
watch
useful.
yourself anymore, though.
Thanks,
You're
Endurance.
not immortal.
And we got gunshot wounds in there. Okay. Maybells. I saw them growing here.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
But just this one.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood.
Come on, come on.
So many this year too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
So, I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinaise, only here.
They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it.
Alright.
South, the Bay of Martinaise is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
They're not doing well on the mainland either, deserter.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
So he does.
I may.
A young woman called Classia. Ring any bells? Flowers like these were behind her window.
Classia.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim.
I'm sorry. What brand of boots are you wearing, old man?
Everything is brands with you individualists.
I'm sorry.
Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
But held up for all this time?
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Dolores.
Fucking imbecile.
And do we have you? A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of worn-out old running shoes on his feet.
The maker is called Sansarique, and the size is 42 to 44.
You're saying, what are those?
The size fits, but not the sole.
Okay, you can say maybe it's simpler than that. Drama easy. Okay, what happens if we fail a drama check right exactly now? Red checks make me want to pause. I'll just... the things I've been missing over here in this chat. A couple of things. Been accused of eating watermelon peel. There's versions of Judith and Jane. And everyone waiting for something. This guy. Lily and her children don't have much, and Everard wants to evict them to build a thing, and we can cross our fingers at a drama check, can we? I know pausing doesn't improve the odds at all, but it just gets there. Okay. Drama, you got something for me? I could be wearing something more dramatic. Mr. Man, you mind if I strip off my shirt real quick?
Son,
I didn't expect that.
Right now.
Okay, drama? Why are you the one contributing that to the investigation? People change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there, near the room the victim died in, sneaking around. Okay?
Racking those brains, are you?
You bet.
Desperate to return something back to your masters. They must have really loved that dead fuck.
Oh, it's just... There's been a lot of trouble. You saw it happen. You saw.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance.
Can't believe that
and
fucking
nods
worked.
to acknowledge.
I was prepared for loss. I was prepared to flounder.
The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something.
Okay, drama.
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. seagulls in the distance.
I had to pass a check for something as simple as he has multiple pairs of shoes. So they would have told me, but like, with cringe, I Cosmozoa.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed.
Oh, I know. I know.
The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
But everything escalated from there. Lizzie is dead. She was going to be a lawyer. She was going to stick up for the proletariat. You would have liked that if you would just talk to them instead of escalating. So your options for things to say: he was a rapist. I'm not sure. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. He was a killer, but he was under the protection of the law. And what good is a law that protects a killer like that? He was a soldier too. He was a man. I'm going with the first one.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
This is disgusting how much validity is in his feelings, isn't it? I just keep seeing Lizzie's face. I liked her so much. It sounds like I could give or take Titus, maybe because I kind of could, but still, I wish they all weren't dead.
Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
So. It is sickening that it only counts, that it's only worth investigating when somebody rich enough died, so you killed him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
Other people underneath the escalation, underneath the war that never stopped raging in your head, and I know that I can't convince you of the worth of their lives.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling.
Well, I'm glad that this camaraderie score is up high for here. So just hold your breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was
both
breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
God. It's a strangely intimate sexual metaphor of killing them, isn't it?
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face.
You saw his face?
And his dick still in her.
I've gotten the logistics of it all mixed up as we've gone on. And then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep.
Naturally.
Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it, anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own.
Then it must have been a real laugh for Harry to call himself a communist to you.
And so they did.
Well, what do? Bow? Curtsy?
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yeah, he's aware, isn't he?
Yes.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
And you would have killed her too?
The old man nods.
Why?
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
No. Why did you kill them?
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Extract a motive. Sure, every single part of this all shored up and excellent. Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
Okay.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
That would make sense. And did their room get more interesting, and then you just decided to fire one off?
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
Better than television, is it?
Helps him see all the shit.
All
And
right.
if you don't like it,
If it's part of the shit you see...
then you pull the trigger.
Has there been more? Why would there be more? Have you been...
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
You've taken a lot out?
Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
Have there been more? What is that? When did you first see the deceased?
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley.
I'm surprised you didn't get her
Veronica
too.
Came in tow.
In tow. Joyce started all of this. I wish she had come without them. So Joyce Messier, Wild Pines rep.
Wrinkled up whore.
Hey, you wanted to talk, Wrinkles. Anyway, so you could say, oh, good strong word, I use it often myself. You could say, what's with these whores and pederasts? Aren't you a communist? I mean, it's couched in some kind of intellectual enlightenment in your time, is it, Harry? But it had to start with somebody.
Black sexual morals are a bourgeois ploy. As to pederasty, the party legalized it in '04. My party, not your liberal masters.
And you still talk of it with such disgust. I mean, good on you, man, but... so you're not as simple as party lines?
So don't you sermonize me, you racist shithole.
Okay.
It's still bourgeois when the bourgeois does it. Fiddling with their sexual organs.
What?
Some strange glandular process takes place in him at the thought, like yeast rising.
The things I've missed in the chat. He was more of a weapon than a human actual evil, but it's a shame that he's so focused on his misery that he hasn't realized there are others who are also fighting against the corrupt system. It's like he got so stuck in his loop of trauma, of war, and then who can even blame you for that? Who can even blame that reaction for happening? Of course that happened, but that he didn't think that anything could grow out of it. Can some part of this convince Harry Dubois to stop fighting in his head too? Just fighting the same wars over and over again. Think of it as a form of critique. Some real Luigi type lines, huh? So yeast rises.
And anger too, in addition to loneliness.
What's up? So moving on, the victim arrived sometime after her.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing, sloppy and drunk.
Alright.
I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and masked phalanx weren't conscripts.
He's inventing new
Boys
slurs
like
for me
us.
to learn.
They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt.
Please elaborate on the words.
Barely alive.
Alright.
They like to kill while they're on their drugs.
Alright.
After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst one, if I had a bullet to spare.
And that's when they were looking for you? You shot a few and they still didn't find you? Well, that's an even more remarkable story than I thought.
I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi with their families and polyester clothes.
Alright. So what specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them fucking. I didn't like that.
You just the regular sex? Okay, what, you were jealous, I could say?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore.
Well, everyone in this game is so ideologically raw if you just let them be, aren't they? Alright, alright.
And I wanted to see his head explode.
Alright.
That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing.
And it's unfortunate to think about when I first heard that the mercenary was a terrible person committing heinous crimes against native peoples personally with his own bare hands and bare everything. And that I thought of Classia, and I didn't understand why she would be with someone like that. And it's been long enough that I almost got used to the idea of her putting aside all of the skull shards he's dug his fingers through, and just being together. It almost wasn't a shocking idea anymore. I almost forgot that I saw it exactly like he did.
That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
Well, you still made it.
This man has seen past her, like you did.
Seen past her.
And now he longs to see her covered in blood.
Well, it's good that she left.
To punish her.
To punish her. How long had you been watching her? You wanted to punish her, so you killed him. You had feelings for that woman. Well, there's a reach around there. How long had you been watching?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
All right.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
Hiding something.
And beautiful.
And beautiful, you could say. What does he say to that?
That, too.
So, not immune to the idea.
How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark.
The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on right there. She needed it just to move.
And what do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
Talking like you could see the text on him.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
Near the Pale. So you looked at her hidden container?
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Remarkable.
Sloppy, we should have gotten her to tell us about this.
Hey.
Did you take the documents?
Hey.
No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to phone. Oh, I mean...
So, did you continue watching her?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now.
Cloaca of capital?
Arms dealers end up
Yeah,
here,
that's poetic.
do drugs and have sex like animals.
And here you are, watching in judgment instead of getting up in the cloaca.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
And then seen it in person. Okay, she was beaten. How'd you see all this?
I'm not blind, am I?
How did he know those minute details about her body? You could say. Hijinks Arcade. I'm surprised YouTube didn't censor it, but they must have detected British context. Can I get another 72 out here?
It quickly comes to
I'm surprised. Did you see the bruises on her body through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Just lonesomeness, just a specter of revolution and war hanging over society through your wall.
Did you make that hole?
You made a hole?
With a clip point knife.
Do we charge for more than one thing?
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Well, this is even more uncomfortable. I thought you were a regular murderer, and now you're a sex murderer. You ever see her through a window on the roof?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
And you've been through the secret route behind the whirling and rags, and those were your footprints. You just changed shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
So have I, and so I'm surprised we haven't met you. That too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works.
What the hell? And she never spotted your eyeball?
You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
My mom always tells me that, about keeping your lights on at night.
You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
Horrifying details for me as a civilian playing this game, but for a cop that heals your morale right up. Alright, you're in this together. Harry, Kim.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
Right, is there an underground?
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial.
They've seen you.
It's a good time. The kitchen's empty.
They've seen you.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
You knew where the keys were?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
What the hell?
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
So you wanted to punish her, so you killed him. It's elaborate. Okay, I could have gone through this without knowing that extra layer of motivation. You wanted to punish her. Okay, what?
She practically breastfed that man.
Visual.
You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
No, I mean, there's modern observers here too, I think we'd believe.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand. Silks flowing in her wake.
What's this have to do with the dream?
See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air.
Just horned up and longing? Alright. You saw through her, so did I. She did deserve a good punishing. I hate women too, you know, is an option you can say. I'm not like that, I don't think like that. Men are insane, shake your head. You saw through her is something.
You're delusional. There's nothing to see in the soul of the bourgeois woman.
What the hell,
it's
man?
The same as the surface. Sick hedonism and desperation.
You never wanted to meet like-minded people? Just a flashy Classia. So, your options. Deserving, not like that. Just define yourself. Just define yourself. Try to define yourself for something good. That's what we've tried to.
Shit, what you think?
Yeah, I know.
You and your cronies kill 10 working class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
Yeah. So you're all radioed up out here, huh? You had feelings for that woman.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
Good God.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
What?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
We've gone to the island of divorce and PTSD and double divorce and not having any bitches in your life. Okay. There have been others. Have you just been looking at them? It's a whole themed island of divorce and not having bitches. There have been others.
Yes. Over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Was that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No.
Why?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
Well, you sure made her cry more. When was this?
The day after I killed him.
No shit. And you brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
Well, this was extremely stalkery, and I'm sorry that I ever said one single flirtatious word to Glacia, waking up as an amnesiac. Good God.
It's as if something put the thought there to leave the flowers.
And we can sway that one way or another. You wanted to console her, manipulate her. Something put the thought in you, a compulsion. Volition. I am so goddamn curious what that means. What put the thought in him?
What do you mean, put?
Yeah, what do I mean? Say more.
A brief flash of terror.
I just got this feeling from what you said. Do you agree?
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you.
Not on
A
purpose.
sudden pang of rage.
All right.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
10 years or a little more ammo, huh?
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
So it wasn't about him, it was about her. And I am so incredibly sorry for everything surrounding her.
Her.
Okay. Just a twitch in the corner of your eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement.
A new skill point available. What do you use it for at this stage in the game?
That's it. Motive. We have it.
It feels good.
Where is she?
Horrifying.
I haven't seen her there for days.
How long have you known her name? She got away. We don't know where she is. She got away, but she let us here first. She figured out someone was watching her from the sea fort. Yeah, details. Why not?
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew.
Well, that's almost a relationship.
She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Well, great.
Midtown, across the Bay of Rivershell, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Hey, Shivers, where am I looking?
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving. for another, far south.
Not traveling through the Pale, I guess? Staying on the same Isola?
Smaller, distant, hidden. Not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights,
No, she's on an
towers,
airship.
tenements and water. And across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes.
You escaped. As much as you can. Everyone keeps looking at her.
There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a sea fort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the commune, then lost in the landing.
A jetty. Are they coming to meet with us?
He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins, behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him.
Positively telepathic with it, aren't you, Harry? We're behind it. Is there another boat they can take?
Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty.
Special consultant, huh? For some reason, I pictured the guy who was in the smoker on the balcony's room.
As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water.
Heidelstein.
Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
What? Have we used up too much resources for the RCM?
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Okay.
You could get more out of him. He likes talking.
Rambling old fella.
Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
End this? I'm 4 hours into a stream. I don't know what the end is. Have you looked at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
Well, specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
All right.
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez.
Does that include you with your slurs?
To do in the whole world.
Okay.
Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins. In their lorries.
Do you prefer a bit of unity, a bit of class consciousness and solidarity? You're asking if I should back out and save and finish it next time?
I'm full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Everard Clare?
Yes.
Really?
The fly larva in his
Thought maybe
container.
you'd agree or something.
He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Well, this is odd. What else?
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, like those boom morons on the ice.
You don't like the church either? Well, it was right on the ice, wasn't it? Keeps shaking his head with sorrow. You don't like them. Well, maybe if you went up in there and met the crabman, then you'd like them. Is that all?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead.
All dead?
So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing
Sheesh.
balls all day. It's
A
not
rivalry
enough
and he
that
didn't
the
even know it.
racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too.
Well, he died.
Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex
Doubled
with their
down,
own
didn't ya?
Throughout history,
I guess you can't
even
argue
the
with a royal bloodline
of the
historically.
suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex.
What?
At least that old cunt Frisell is now dead.
And so you could have questions about this too.
We did good when
One
we pushed
upon
him
another.
over the horse car.
It's all
Until
we, is it?
in the 30s, those disco whores.
What? Well.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
Gosh.
Ask about that cock-on parade too. Make sure you get everything there.
Everything. Excuse me. Oh, I know that there's a pathway in the game where you can get locked into saying cock carousel over and over again. So, okay, disco whores, what? Is all that he says. You mentioned the Union is social democratic and Mr. Clare is a farce of one.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Who's a disappointment?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
But doesn't he run the Union?
That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
And it's not enough for you? Was this whole thing leftist infighting to the bone? And then after the boning? Okay.
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar.
Really?
They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed.
We're not the first people you've met from the city.
You can't live alone.
Alright. Surprise to me.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
And so there's a chance that they knew it was you, maybe?
Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
I don't trust your suggestion, but I didn't come all this way just to skip over things. Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I've hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
Well, this is uncomfortable.
How did he know you were here?
He just knows?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
Alright.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out.
You got charmed, did you?
I was right about one of those things.
That he wouldn't rat you out. Not left enough for you, huh? When was that?
20 years ago.
Significant? They probably forgot you exist.
Could they? They were less fat then.
Well, this feels like a metaphor. If I could unpack that somehow. What'd you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Mazov.
No wonder you're unimpressed with everyone under the sun.
Never trust a social democrat who quotes Mazov.
Ooh.
Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
Do you not love the charity? He let you be here.
Let me be here?
Sure.
The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
Mr. Dross, did you kill the Grenell mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot? We got enough of a confession. I am still here.
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
But you did a couple things.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
I'm curious.
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics.
Oh.
They didn't stick.
Oh.
We parted ways.
Oh. And here I am harping on him about not talking to people enough. He just happened to talk to somebody more interested in his own cause who couldn't hear your own. And the people who you should have talked to weren't born 20 years ago. What was the deal between him and Edgar? A legendary one for logic, huh? Could I go back into this dialogue option? Does he talk about Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throw me that.
34 years?
One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game.
He's anti-gamer.
I don't care what they say on Radio June.
This would be the funniest location to play board games.
Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A tank maniac race traitor.
How serious is he about the race stuff? Like, I'm still not parsing where he is. Okay, that he's understands the racism and maybe has it as a knee-jerk reflex, even if ideologically he wants all of humanity to shed it off, perhaps? So you could nod. You could say you don't know about it. Just nod.
I remember him. I remember
Watch
him.
Renee
from
play with his
Renos.
balls.
Not him personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one.
And they missed one too.
That one.
Yeah. And you never shot him? I mean, it just seemed like you were shooting people, not to profile you.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
There's no one there.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross. Shoot me.
It's amazing to me how he doesn't seem more mentally ill than anyone we've met in the game, and yet the defining line between him and other people is that he started killing about it.
He whispers with such predatory hunger. It borders on longing.
You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Well, has every shot been masturbatory?
Save the treat for later.
Cheerfully.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the Black Day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think. No, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee.
Your only
For the boys he
motivation to
killed.
live?
And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel
Yes, suddenly.
better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Well, he's doing worse these
Here
days.
may destabilize him. You sure you've got to be from him?
I'm not sure like that. You know, let's do it anyway on that one, actually.
Yes, of course. Must be past your kidney stone.
Well, this
I hope
hurts in so
excruciating.
many weird
At
ways.
least it keeps him from throwing his balls.
No, nothing does. Nothing does.
He seems relieved. Could he have been worried for him?
Did Renee just have several old man love-hate relationships at the end of it? Okay.
He reminds him of himself.
Okay.
The same hatred.
All
the
right.
Same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred.
Fighting spirit, huh? Old manness.
They are veterans of the same war.
You got it.
Somewhere west in Coal City, his enemy is lying in a dark room on a metal slider. In Loser Municipal, like he will too. Soon, half of the war between these men is over. With an agitated gait, Satellite Officer Jean Heron Vichmer paces the jetty, 22 kilometers east in Martinez. What could he possibly be doing there for so long? He says.
We found the guy. We found the guy.
Police work? Patrol Officer Judith Minot replies, with a tinge of hope in her voice.
I think I just went boating.
Too, against the cold air rising from the water.
The logic check is still so low. So I'll back out of this for now.
It's all gone.
Logic and composure. Logic and composure. And we tell him to stay put because there's still more to say.
Anyway.
And neither are we. Just sort of a recoup. As I was so sure, so absolutely sure, that maybe we were on the very last leg. And we are. But not like that. Not the very last leg of it. So, a second to look at the chat as you summed it up as him and Gaston playing with their balls. Big fan of Cuckold, are you? There's... was he in fact a black fascist? Somehow in all of this, in all of the stylization, I still miss things. Everyone is traumatized. He could have taken the shot the whole time. You recommend telling him that he died, because there is an interesting connection. Like with Gaston, but more on the hate side. And we can, in fact, finish later. Thanks for seeing this incredible beginning of the end. Is that what to call it? I don't know. It feels like I'm finally into the meat of this. I did think for a second that I really would not find who did it. But here we go. Traumatized and societally abandoned and war-torn and psychosexual as it all is. Here we are. And we'll continue to crack open your psyche like a nut a bit later. Thanks very much for being here, and I hope the rest of your night or early morning is well.